What's up, chat? What's up, chat? What's up, chat? Yeah. What's up, chat? What's up, chat? What's up, chat? Yeah. What's up, chat? We back with security architecture domain 3.0, baby. We got 2 chapters to get through tonight, baby. It's gonna be about 3-4 hours. Get your popcorn, get your pen, papers, and your notepad. Get your elbows ready for a gut tickle of a laugh, and yeah, let's have a good time on this beautiful Sunday. I hope you've had a great day so far. And without further ado, I'm about to read a lot, tell some stories, make some jokes, learn a little bit, learn possibly a lot of it. Who knows? Who knows where the feathers may go? Going to the win. That's all I'm saying. And we here for the win, baby. Victory, baby. It's OT. OT, baby. And it ain't a Genesis. It's OT and a Genesis. It's the NBA Finals. OT Game 7. And we here for the victory. It's OT, baby. It's OT, baby. Yeah. Let's get into it. All right, babies. Hey, how you doing? All right, now that I've done all of that for no reason at all whatsoever, welcome to the stream. Yeah. 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 You about to read, learn some stuff, get better, and recertify 2026, baby. Let's do it. Security architecture domain 3.0, evaluating the security implications of different architecture models, such as on-premise cloud and hybrid infrastructures. It's essential for building effective defenses as each model introduces unique risk and protection strategies. Applying security principles like least privilege, network segmentation, and strong authentication helps mitigate risk and strengthen enterprise infrastructure across various scenarios. Protecting data requires a comparison of strategies such as encryption, tokenization, and access control to determine the best fit for specific needs and environments. Additionally, resilience and recovery are vital components of security architecture, ensuring that systems can rapidly, move quick, baby, rapidly recover and maintain operations after a disruption or attack. Bam, bam! But I'm good, baby. You feel me? I'm ready to go again already. Jump back, baby. Thought you was better than me because you might have hit me one time in the shoulder. I hate that. You mean the head? Why I hate that too, baby? I'm back, boy. Bam! Body shot. Now you sleep. Because I am an overcomer. You feel me? Exactly. By integrating these approaches, and organizations can create robust, adaptive security postures capable of addressing modern threats. In this module, you will understand security implications for architecture models, apply security principles to secure enterprise infrastructure, and apply strategies to protect data. And last but certainly not least, baby, you will understand resilience and recovery in security architecture. Now, are you ready to start this lesson? Core! It's OT, baby. It's overtime, baby. It's overtime, baby. It's OT Game 7, NBA 2 games already been played. We done played about 20 since we got in here. But now it's Game 7, NBA Finals. 2026. Recertify me 2026, baby. Now let's get into it. Domain 3.1. Understand security implications for architecture models. In this in this one right here, we're going to go over why you may not be responsible for network design in your current role. Sometimes you're not, but you might want to know about it regardless. It is important that you understand the vulnerabilities can arise from weaknesses in network architecture and some of the general principles for ensuring a well-designed network. Oh, you got to know that. This will help you to contribute to projects to improve resiliencies and to make recommendations for improvements. Don't you want to make things better, baby? Additionally, understanding cloud technologies is essential for developing tailored security strategies, embracing best practices, and adhering to regulatory requirements. As cloud computing continues to evolve rapidly, security professionals must stay up to date with the latest advancements and threat landscapes to safeguard their organizations, valuable data, and the resources, baby. We got to keep the resources safe, baby. Oh, we ain't got no food. You should have kept the resources safe, baby. Switching infrastructure considerations. Now we're gonna talk about switches. Y'all know what the switch is? It ain't the thing you got beat with when you was a kid. It's a box with ports on it. You can configure it with different kinds of security, different levels. Depends on what kind of switch you bought. Better buy you a good one. All right. The basic function of network infrastructure is to forward traffic from one node to another. At each layer, nodes and links are arranged in a topology that best fits the application workflows in terms of performance and security. A topology is a diagram showing how nodes are physically or logically connected by links. An on-premise network is one installed to a single site and operated by a single company. This can also be referred to as an enterprise local area network LAN. You know, a local area network LAN. We will focus on this type of network first and review the architecture of cloud and embedded systems networks later. On-premise switching infrastructure starts with the cable layout. Ooh, we need them cables for the ports. Cat 5, Cat 6, Cat 7. Offices in multiple building campus networks are typically installed in a standard way, referring to as structured cabling. Wall ports provide connectivity for each workstation. Well, I used to run them. I did all the things, baby. I done the wall. I done the running the cables. I done the switches. I done the routers, and I done the firewalls. I'm already in the cloud too, baby. Oh yeah, baby, touch everything if you can, if God is willing. Exactly. On-premise switching infrastructure starts with the cable layout. We just read that. We just read it twice. So good. Offices and multi-building campus networks are typically installed in a standard way, referred to as structured cabling. Wall ports provide connectivity for each workstation. A patch cable connects the network adapter in the PC or laptop to the wall port. Structured cabling is run from each wall port through wall and ceiling conduits or voids to a patch panel. Another patch panel connects to the ports on the patch panel to a port on the switch. You feel me? It goes from port on the patch panel to the switch, baby. Cable from the wall to the back of the patch panel, from the back of the patch panel to the port, from that bear to the switch, baby. And then from that switch to the router. But we're not talking about the router yet, baby. Don't skip the lessons. Physical topology of components in a structured cabling system. Structured cabling runs through wall ceiling conduit from a wall port to the patch panel. Let's do it in order, okay, baby? So we're gonna go from here. We start here. Cause y'all, I don't know why y'all didn't put this in order, baby. I don't know why y'all didn't put this in order, baby. This is a whole lot of order. We should start structured cable terminates in the back of the patch panel. Then that goes into this switch. This should have started this way instead of coming this way. What I don't know what kind of topology this is, buddies. You know, this is backwards. You feel me? Because you don't come from the back of this patch panel to this wall port right here, buddy. You feel me? You know? Come on, buddy. That's not how that works. Come on now. This is a bad topology. All right, though, it's okay. Patch cable connects patch panel port to the switch port. You know. All right, all right. So we go from that wall, run from that jack to that wall. We meet all together. Bam. And that's that right there. All right. Then we plug that into that switch. Bam, right there. Bam. Ooh. Bam. Boom. 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 They should have drew this at a different way. This is just like ugly. You know. This is just ugly. You know. This is just ugly. But it's okay. They could have structured this differently. I ain't gonna lie. This is just an ugly looking topology. Okay, the components are as follows. A patch cable connects to the computer's network card to a wall port. Structured cable runs through the wall or ceiling conduit from the wall port to the patch panel, of course. Structured cable terminates in the back of the patch panel. Yes, it does. And then the patch cable connects to the port on the switch. You feel me? That's how they should have drew that a little better. I'm not gonna lie. This is really ugly. They shouldn't have done it that way. This can be described as a star topology. It's whatever you're trying to call it. It's ugly. The switch sits at the center with links to hosts radiating out. The switch can establish data links between any hosts that are attached to it. Also, if a host sends a broadcast to all local nodes, the switch ensures but does not verify that it's received by all connected hosts. This is referred to as a broadcast domain. Be careful of them broadcast domains. They cause too much noise in the network, okay? The hosts are all part of the same layer 2 local network segment. This basic star topology exhibits a number of issues. Broadcast domains with hundreds of hosts suffer performance penalties. Just said it, didn't even read it. I'm telling you. The network segment is also flat in terms of security. Any host can communicate freely with any other host in the same segment. Ugh, disgusting. Nasty, nasty, nasty work. Need some segmentation in this network, baby. Okay, these drawbacks mean large networks use a hierarchical design with 2 or 3 forwarding layers in a hierarchical design. There are a number of blocks served by access switches. Each access block is a star topology for a group or block of network hosts served by an access switch. The access switches are connected by routers. These routers create separate broadcast domains that can control the flow of traffic between blocks. Ooh, so between me and you, we on the streets. You feel me? Now, there's a kingpin. He telling the little homies what they supposed to do. This your block, this your block, this your block. That's the same thing with this environment. Big homie at the top, the router, layer 3 switch. You know? Big homie at the top, he got the real configuration. You know the whole plan for real. Now I need to tell my switch down below, my little homies, my big little homies. You feel me? Because there's little homies under there. You understand me? So my little big homies, you feel me? I tell them what to do with the little homies down below. That's but the big little homies, that's the access switch. You know, you smart, but you ain't smart enough to do nothing. You feel me? You still listen to my orders. You feel me? And then the little big homies tell the little homies, the computers, the printers, and the other little devices, maybe the APs, the Wi-Fi equipment, what they really supposed to do. All right, they disseminate the extra information I told them before properly. You feel me? That's how you can understand that easily, baby. All right, description. The hierarchical structure includes routing or IP addressing, core access and switching or MAC addressing. A router or layer 3 switch, 3 of them, is connected to a border router or firewall into the 3 access switches. The first access switch is connected to printers. The second is connected to workstations and VoIP handsets. And the third is connected to the private app and database servers. The border router or firewall is connected to an access switch, which is connected to a Wi-Fi access point, which in turn is connected to the guest network. All right, did y'all get that? It's pretty easy, I ain't gonna lie. All right, did you understand my big homie analogy? I'm gonna do it one more time for you, just so you understand networking properly. There is a big homie in every situation, no matter where you work at. It's the gang life, the same thing. The gang world is just a what you call it, uh, a different uh, symbolism of the business world. There we go. That's what we would say. Oh, that cold bath feel good to my body, baby. Oh, feel good now. But there's a big homie in every situation, whether that is the big wig who owns the company. You feel me? That's the big homie. He knows the plans. That he got big little homies, little big homies. We don't say that. We got them little big homies. That them little big homies is the people right below, right? Usually the execs. You feel me? They listen to the big homie, the CEO. You feel me? The CEO, the big homie, who know the whole plan. He had the whole idea in his head. That's how I got started in the first place. But them execs, all right, they listening to that big homie. Just like the switches, the execs are the access switches. You feel me? So them execs are expected to relay that information to the little homies. Everybody else under the execs is a little homie. So if you working in a company, you was a little homie, and it's okay. Now you got to learn how to be a big homie. All right, let's go. If you so pleased to do so. Everybody don't need to be a big homie. Everybody ain't meant to be a big homie. You feel me? Some people are meant to be little bros, because that's what they meant for. They don't want the other stuff. That don't mean nothing. That don't mean you less than. That don't mean you less than. That just means you enjoy your life for what it is. You feel me? I mean, hey, everybody has whatever criteria is made for them. Don't try to be somebody else that you're not, baby. Be yourself and love yourself. My foes, my brothers, my sisters. All right, now, routing infrastructure consideration 3.1.2. All right. Angel numbers. Layer 3 forwarding or routing applies to a logical addressing scheme to identify each networking. Layer 3 architecture represents the logical segmentation of networks and the creation of networks within networks, or subnetworks, subnets. Each subnet is a separate broadcast domain. At layer 3, nodes are identified by internet protocol. IP addresses and links are identified by routes. Go deep. We on the route to the other company infrastructure, yeah. Internet protocol IP provides the addressing mechanism for logical networks and subnets. A 32-bit IP version 4 IPv4 address. How many bits is an IPv4? 32 bits, right? All right, don't forget that. Address is written in dotted decimal notation. What is IPv4 written in dotted decimal notation? That means 192.168 dotted. That's all that means, baby. You see these dots right here. Dot. That's all that means. Don't get confused. These people like to talk in ridiculous language for no reason. Make it simple for yourself. Understand me? That's the best thing you could possibly do. If you know how to break it down to the simplest terms that you know how to understand for yourself, these fools can never confuse you. All right. Dotted decimal notation means there's a period between each of these little numbers. You understand me? That's all that means. Nothing more nor less. All right. With either a network prefix or a subnet mask to divide the address into a network ID and host ID portions. That's all that is right there. You feel me? That's what this is right here. That decides how many addresses you have in that block. You feel me? Depending on what this is, it could be a slash 24, a slash 25, a slash 26. The higher you get, the less IPs you have. All right? The higher the slash is, the less IPs you have to use for your devices. Each device needs an IP address. So if you have a bigger network, you need slash 23, slash 22, slash 21, slash, or go all the way down to a slash 16. If you so please, that'd be a 255.205.0.0. But if you don't need that many, you go up to 25, slash 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. Oh, you could even say a slash 31 if you just need that one IP address. All right, but let's keep on going. In hardcore network architecture, each access block can be designated as a separate IP subnet. This system of layer 3 logical addressing makes it easier to write access controls for what traffic is allowed to flow between block zones. All right. All right, baby. So we see this little diagram right here. So we have our buddy, big homie, router layer 3 switch. The big homie. At this location. So if we have one location, this is the big homie at this location. There could be a big homie, depending on how big the organization is. This could be just a little homie. Depending on how big the org is, the big homie thought was a big homie really might not be the big homie. Doesn't this not mimic real life? Isn't this just that simple to understand? Just like in real life, the big homie might not be the real big homie. You know? Because there could be a bigger big homie somewhere. But in this scenario, this is the big homie because there's only one. I'm assuming this is only one company right now, right? One small local company. You feel me? All right. Hierarchy of network routing infrastructure. So we have our router layer 3 switch. Then we go over to our inline firewall proxy or a border router firewall. This is when we're going to go leave for real. You know, out to the internet. Bam. Protecting me, please, from the internet, big homie. Protect me, please, from the internet, big homie. You feel me? Sometimes the big homie not really the big homie, the real big homie over here. You feel me? All right. And then now the big homies were just an exec. Now all of these just little homies now. Now everybody here is just a little homie. 3 steps. You only go 3 steps. Don't go no bigger than that. All right. A router or layer 3 switch is connected to a border router or a firewall via an inline proxy firewall that has a subnet of a 10.1.28.0/24. That means you got a good amount of usable addresses. All right. You got a really good amount of usable addresses. With that /24. It is also connected to 3 switches through subnets of a 10.1.48/24, a 10.1.32/24, and a 10.1.16/24. So we don't want these subnets to overlap. But they've already handled this already. You know, with a /24, you can use it. That's just this block right here. This is the only block you're worried about with a /24. If this doesn't overlap with the next block, which will be a 17, because it's only a /24 in this situation, then we're good. But if this was a /23, we could not go next. Our next subnet could not be a .17. You know, unless we were a .17 and then covering all the way towards the end of that network block was our first alternate IP address. You feel me? All right, just so you know about how to design these things together. All right, networks can also use 120-bit IPv6. Ooh, how many bits are in an IPv6? 128. Is that not considerably more than the 32 in IPv4? All right, I just want you to remember that. There's a reason why they created IPv6. There's just more space out there, man. More room to get in where you fit in. All right, IPv6 addresses are written using hex notation. Ooh, hexadecimal. Oh, notation in the general format of the 2001.db8.abc dot zero dot def 0 dot 1 2. Oh, you see these are different though. You see these are different. All right, I just want to point that out for you, just so you catch on. The difference is here. Difference is here. Okay, in IPv6, the last 64 bits are fixed as the host interface ID. The first 64 bits contain network information in the set hierarchy. So, bam. You feel me? Bam. These are usually generic. All right, for example, an ISP's routers can use the first 48 bits to determine where the network host is on the global internet. Within that network, the site administrator can use 16 bits remaining out of the 64 to divide the local network into subnets. Mapping the logical IP topology to physical hardware switches is not always straightforward. Virtual LANs, they say VLANs. Don't let them confuse you with all the unnecessary jargon, all right? It's just a whole bunch of unnecessary jargon. This is what keeps the job market alive. I need you to understand this. In every career field, there is a whole bunch of unnecessary words that don't have to be there. But those unnecessary words are the reason why everybody has a job in those career fields. Whether that is in medicine, medical, nurses, doctors, lawyers, judges. You got them the technicians, them plumbers. You got them house workers. You got even your pest control people. IT specific, IT as well. Probably the president. I ain't never been a president or seen the president, but I mean, they probably do also have unnecessary jargon as well that they also have to learn what those words mean, because that's how you keep your job. All right. You make it a little complicated so it can't be too easy to understand. If it's too easy to understand, then anybody thinks they can do it. Your job is to make other people feel like they can't do it. That's what they do. That's the point. Just letting you know. Just so you understand how this world works. It's based on making other people feel like they can't do something. And so you have something that you can do. Is that not trash? All right. All switches connected together on the same on-premise network can be configured with a consistent set of VLAN IDs. A VLAN ID is a set value of from 2 to 4094. Any given switch port can be assigned to a specific VLAN, regardless of the physical location of a switch. Different ports on the same switch can be assigned to different VLANs, and each VLAN is a separate layer 2 domain. Traffic sent between VLANs that are connected or mapped to a layer 3 entity, such as a router with a subnet interface, must traverse a layer 3 device to be forwarded. This means that the segmentation enforced by VLANs at a layer 2 can be mapped to logical divisions defined by IP subnets at layer 3. Let's break that down one more time for you. So VLANs is layer 2. So layer 1 is the cables we were talking about earlier. Layer 1 is the cabling, right? We're only going to discuss 1 through 3 here, because we don't have to go further than that. There's more layers than just 1 through 3. All right, it's about 7 of them. But let's keep on going. Just talk about what we're talking about. So layer 1 is just the cables. You feel me? This is layer 1 right here. My headphone cable that's plugged into my computer. Layer 1. Layer 2 is that switch. You feel me? It handles specific types of traffic, right? The switch is not smart enough to be doing more than what it's supposed to be doing. That's why you have to have a router over there at layer 3, because layer 3 handles that IP traffic. That's where all the routes are put into that table to send that traffic to where it needs to go to. All right. Okay. So that's the director. All right. That's what an IP traffic sits at. All right. All right. Okay. So do you understand 1, 2, 3? Layer 1 is the cabling. Layer 2 is a switch and probably the VLANs and those broadcast domains. The VLANs cut down on those broadcast domains. That's what the point of the VLAN is. So it's not just so much nonsense being shot through the switch and crashing it and making it slow and making it network all trash. That's what the point of the VLANs is. That segmentation to stop all that broadcasting. Where am I at? Where is my homie? Because that's what a broadcast domain does. It's like, where is my ports? And then it's like, I'm gonna call out all the homies, all 48 ports. If it's a 48 port switch, it's gonna call out to all 48 ports. That means there's a bunch of traffic, unnecessary noise on all 48 ports. But with these VLANs, when it segments up that noise, it only broadcasts itself to ports that are assigned to that VLAN. Are you here? Yeah. Oh, that was fast. Much faster traffic happening at a quicker level, right? At a quicker rate. But then we leave that layer to that VLAN segmentation where we split it up between computers, cameras, or printers, whatever your segmentation is. Then we go on to our routers where the IP information really truly sits. You feel me? So now we see our blocks and where those blocks are need to be going to. You feel me? Bam. You feel that? You see this right here? These are IP blocks right here. The 10.1.48. It goes on to this switch for our devices over here for our printers. You feel me? You could have a switch for each kind of device. I mean that's ridiculous, but I mean you could. You could. This is ridiculous. This network setup is absolutely ridiculous. But I mean you could do it this way. It's a waste of money. I don't know what this is. These designs they putting in this course is a waste of money. But hey, it is what it is. All right, let's keep on going though. A router or layer 3 switch is connected to a border router or firewall via an inline proxy firewall that has a subnet of the 10.1.28/24. So it is also connected to 3 access switches. The first access switch has a subnet of 10.1.48/24 and is connected to printers. That's a waste of money. A whole switch dedicated to just, I guarantee you don't have 48 printers in that office. Waste of money. The second access switch is connected to workstations and VoIP handsets. All right. You could put multiple VLANs on one port. Usually, in architecture, you plug the port from the wall into the back of the VoIP phone and then from the VoIP phone to the computer. You feel me? To save access ports, you just put both of those VLANs on that port and then it's able to, understand where it needs to go to. So the phone has a different IP address and the computer also has a different IP address. They're not sharing an IP address. You feel me? But I mean, in this design, they wasted money again. So let's just not ignore. Let's ignore this design because it's garbage. I'm just letting you know. The router is connected to VLAN 32 via the 10.1/32/24 and the access switch. It is also connected to VLAN 40 via .40/24 and the access switch. The third access switch is connected to the private apps and database servers. Now, this is actually something that you could do in your topology if you want to keep this separate. You feel me? The router is connected to VLAN 16 via 10.1.16/24 and the access switch. It is also connected to VLAN 24 via the .24/24 and the access switch. The border router or firewall is connected to an access switch that is a subnet of .42/24. The access switch is connected to a Wi-Fi access point, which in turn is connected to the guest network. We never want the guest network to touch anything on our network. So if there's a guest network, you need to make sure that guest network cannot communicate with your local area networks. You see how this has a completely different network than the rest of these. So that guest network is using a 192 network, but the rest of the interior network is using this 10 IP block. Because we don't want this right here, to communicate with this. All right, so we want that to stand out whenever we're doing our policies and letting know what can communicate with what and what can't. You feel me? Just makes the network a little more simple. All right, in the diagram above, the access block for clients devices uses 2 VLANs to segment workstation computer host, VLAN 32, from voice over internet protocol web handsets, VLAN 40. The VLANs map to 2 subnets, .32 and .40. A VoIP handset with IP address .40.100 would need to use a router to contact a computer with the host .32.100. The two hosts might be connected to the same switch, but the VLAN configuration prevents them from communicating with one another directly. The segmentation keeps you from communicating between devices unless you allow there to be inter-VLAN routing between those. That'll probably come up later though. Additionally, an access control rule configured on the router could prevent this type of communication if it were deemed a risk to security. The VLAN topology can be extended across multiple switches. Consider the scenario where the office expands to a second floor, which requires an additional switch appliance to provision sufficient ports. The same VLAN IDs and subnets could be configured for floor 2, making the devices on the 2 floors part of the same 2 workstation and VoIP segments. All right, so what do we go over here? Well, we went over the design. I don't quite agree with this design. It's kind of a waste of money. I can understand this additional switch here, but if you don't have enough devices to fill up these ports, there's no reason to separate this switch right here with the computers and the phones from the printers. Absolutely zero reason. You could have these 2 additional over here, but it only needs to be 1 switch over here unless you need the additional ports. You feel me? That was a little bit of a waste of money. Physical isolation. 3.1.3. Some hosts are so security critical that it is unsafe to connect them to any type of network, any type of guest traffic. Completely unsafe to have it going across your network. That need to go directly out. That need to go directly out. Should never go back interior. Guest network traffic should never come back inside your network ever. All right. One example is the root certificate authority in PKI. Another example is a host used to analyze malware execution. A host that is not physically connected to any network is said to be air-gapped. It is also possible to configure an air-gapped network. This means that the host within the air-gapped network can communicate, but there is no cabled or wireless connection to any other network. Military bases, government sites, and industrial facilities use air-gapped networks. Physical isolation of Physically isolating a host or group of hosts improves security, but also incurs significant management challenges. Device administration has to be performed at a local terminal. Any updates or installs have to be performed using USB or optical media. This media is a potential attack vector and must be scanned before allowing its use on an air-gapped host. So what is an air-gapped host? This means that the host within the inter-VLAN routing. Air-gapped is seeming like they're trying to talk about inter-VLAN routing. Should have just said the one. What is the point of that? But 3.1.4 architecture considerations. When evaluating the use of a particular architecture and selecting effective controls, consider a number of factors. One, cost. I was just talking about that. They wasted that money on that additional switch. That switch was unnecessary completely. Absolutely. 100% unnecessary. Wasted probably $1,000 on that switch. When you consider the cost of it up front, the delivery, waiting for it, and the man hours going into configuring that additional switch for absolutely zero reason, probably wasted about $1,000 on that switch. Cost, right? So you don't want to be wasting money. I ain't gonna read all that because ain't no point to read all that. Obviously, you don't want to be wasting no money. Compute and responsiveness, right? We want to be the best possible ones. We want to buy the highest quality switches we can afford. You feel me? That make the most sense for our network specifically. You feel me? Scalability and ease of deployment. We want this stuff to be able to be put into multiple areas. So we want it to have a certain level of quality to be able to be put and used in multiple different facilities. So we don't want to have a Cisco switch over here. Then we got a Arista over here. Then we got a bunch of Juniper over here. You feel me? Then we got some Brocade over here. Come on now, we don't want all that in our environment. Come on, we want all that over here, man. Come on now. So we don't want all that, and then ease of deployment. We want this to be able to be something that we can honestly be able to like almost borderline copy and paste and be able to use as easy as possible. We want to kill as much um, engineer time off as possible. You feel me? Availability. Oh, we want devices that are have some kind of failover. You know, we want them to have some sort of ability to be able to fail over to something else. So we want to be able to have multiple uplink ports. We want to have the option to have maybe uh, a kind of an HA port for a device, which just means high availability. You feel me? So like a secondary switch that can take over in case the primary fails. You feel me? So we want something that has some of those bells and whistles. All right, resilience and ease of recovery. We want to be able to, if it goes down and we need to be able to spin up a new switch, then we can easily be able to get that information back from what crapped out on us and put it on the new device as quickly as possible. All right, power. Oh, you want devices that possibly have multiple power supplies in them, right? We want a switch that got at least two bare minimum power supplies that we can plug into the back, and then we can plug into two different power sources. So we got an ups over here, right? And then we got an ups over here, right? We got two separate power sources. Maybe not even in the same facility, connected to a different facility's power source as well. Patch availability. We want to be able to get our stuff on a safe level of code to keep this environment secure, obviously. I don't need to read all that to tell you that. And now risk transference. Oof. We want to have a clear set of rules, the SLA, service level agreement between us and the manufacturer who sold us that equipment. We do not want to be working with no sleaze balls. sleazeballs, undercover criminals. You understand me? We don't want to be working with them. Mm-hmm. And we want to be able to run that data, baby. We need top speeds across that network. So that's also what we want. Because if your switches can't do this here, at least a gig, that's a bottleneck. That means you ain't going, if you, it don't matter if you pay for 2 gigs, you got that good internet. You bought that highest level from that ISP, internet service provider. You bought the highest level of internet they had. 2 to 10 gigabit speeds, but them switches can't do it. You bought a switch that can only do 1 gig transfers. That's probably meaning 500 up, 500 down. Baby, at max throughput. That's a bottleneck. You wasted your money. All right, cloud deployment models. A cloud deployment model classifies how the service is owned and provisioned. It is important to recognize that deployment models have different impacts on threats and vulnerabilities. Cloud deployment models can be broadly categorized as follows: public or multi-tenant. Public or multi-tenant is a service offered over the internet by cloud service provider CSPs to cloud customers. Cloud. Mhm. With this model, business can offer subscriptions as or pay as you go financial, pay as you go. So if you need more, you pay more. You feel me? But you can always upgrade if you need to. That's the pay as you go model. While at the same time provide a lower tier service fees or providing lower tier services free of charge. Sorry about that. As a shared resource, there are risks regarding performance and security. Multi-cloud architectures are where an organization uses services from multiple CSPs, cloud service providers. All right, hosted private. It's hosted by a third party for exclusive use of the organization. This is more secure, can guarantee better performance, but is correspondingly more expensive. Now, the public one, you're able to, go to wherever you want to, be like, yo, spin that up for me. Now, you probably in a whole little tenant full of other cloud users, right? They all in the same tenant as you, but there's enough of the resources to go around, for everybody. But we're not sharing resources. You feel me? You have your allotted resources that are used for you. And you can increase if you need to be the pay as you go model. Now, when we get into that private, though, there ain't a bunch of other tenants in there with you. That's why it costs more. Because now I got to put you in your own private place. You know, the private part of the club, the VIP section costs more, don't it? Exactly. All right. Now, private cloud infrastructure that is completely private to and owned by the organization. In this case, there's likely to be one business unit dedicated to managing the cloud, while other businesses make use of it. With private cloud computing, organizations exercise greater control over the privacy and security of their services. This type of delivery method is geared more toward banking and governmental services that require strict access control in their operations. You know, you got to need to be a little more secure. You got to be a little more cheddar. Mm-hmm. A private cloud could be on premise or on off-site relative to the other business units. An on-site link can obviously deliver better performance and is less likely to be subject to outages. Loss of internet link, for instance. On the other hand, a dedicated off-site facility may provide better shared access for multiple users in different locations. Community is where several organizations share the cost of either a host private or fully private cloud. It's usually done in order to pool resources for a common concern, like standardization and security policies. So if you have several organizations who are all set up to be, they want private connections, they usually share it in what they call a community, right? Where they put in a bunch of private locations, private, orgs who care about their privacy. And but this is still pretty expensive. I'm not gonna lie, still pretty expensive because you still need that top tier level of security here. But they're able to share those resources together, and they're not really too worried about that kind of stuff. They do the same kind of stuff typically. There will also be cloud computing solutions that implement a hybrid public-private community hosted on on-site, off-site solution. For example, a travel organization may run a sales website for most of the year using a private cloud, but break out of the website to a public cloud when the higher utilization when much higher utilization is forecast. So they start out private, but then when they start get them roads spinning on the road, and they start getting the traffic in that they're looking for, well, now they need a more robust system. Sometimes that private system is not as robust, not as easy as a pay as you go to add more stuff to as your utilization increases. You feel me? So then they ended up going over to a different kind of setup, usually to the public cloud setup. It's a little easier to have things a little more, simple. Um, Flexibility is a key advantage of cloud computing, but the implications for data risk must be well understood when moving data between private and public storage environments. Exactly. You gotta be gotta be safe, gotta be smart. All right, my hand hurt. My thumb still hurt. I was wrestling this dog the other day, a few weeks ago actually. I was wrestling this dog and my thumb messed up. My thumb been messed up for about 3 weeks now, man. I ain't gonna lie. I can't tap it right here, right now. It hurt every time I tap it. All right, security considerations. Single tenant architecture provides dedicated infrastructure to a single customer, ensuring that only that customer can access the infrastructure. This model offers the highest level of security as the customer has complete control over the infrastructure. However, it can be more expensive than multi-tenant architecture, and the customer is responsible for managing and securing the infrastructure. Multi-tenant is when multiple customers share the same infrastructure with each customer's data and applications separated logically from the other customers. This is what I was talking about earlier with the public cloud. This model is cost effective, but can increase the risk of unauthorized access or data leakage if not properly secured. Hybrid architecture uses public and private cloud infrastructure. This model provides greater flexibility and control over sensitive data and applications by allowing customers to store sensitive data on private cloud infrastructure while using public cloud infrastructure for less sensitive workloads. However, it also requires careful management and proper integration and security between the public and private clouds. You have them working in tandem, but there is a clear line of what is allowed to diverse into what. You feel me? Serverless architecture is when a cloud provider manages the infrastructure and automatically scales resources up or down based on demand. Uh, you, you know, this is usually that pay-as-you-go model. This model can be more secure than traditional architectures because the cloud provider manages and secures the infrastructure. However, customers may still take steps to secure access to their applications and data. All right, my foot fell asleep. All right, now let's get into this hybrid cloud. Couple little paragraphs real quick. Foot fell asleep. 1 second, chat. How long we been going? All right, 42 minutes. We're gonna take a break in an hour. We're gonna take a break at 1 hour. Let's see where we are in our outline. Let's see. I don't want to take a break too fast. Okay, so there are. Oh, this is a long chapter, buddy. There are 18 of these in this chapter, and we're on 5, so we got 13 more to go. We got 13 more to go on this one, chat. I ain't gonna lie to you. So I'm telling you, get your popcorn ready. We're gonna be doing this for a while today. Let's see what is in 4 today. We're doing 3 and 4. Ooh, 4 got 20 chapters in the first one. Oh, we're gonna be busy today. Oh my god. And 22 in a different one. There are about 40 chapters in number 4. All right, now let's look at number 5 real quick. I might have to read a little faster. I ain't gonna lie. I might read a little faster, chat. I'm not gonna lie. Maybe stop playing around so much. This gonna take too long. Especially when you know all this information already. Now I now understand. I'm just having fun right now, enjoying reading and just enjoying it, to be honest. But I'm not gonna lie. I'm not trying to spend 10 hours doing this. Especially when I know in my mind I could have did this in about 4 if I wasn't streaming. If I wasn't just having fun doing this, I could have finished all of this in about 4 hours. I mean, all the sections and the test in 4 hours. I'm not even gonna lie. I could have did all the sections and all the tests in 4 hours. Ground. I already know all this information. But let's keep on reading, chat. I'm just gonna keep on having fun. I'm just gonna let y'all know I'm gonna speed up a little bit. I didn't realize how much we need to get through today. We need to get through a considerable amount of information today. Oh my goodness. At least all of this is like a lot of it's common sense to me. Common sense to me because I've been doing this for 10 years. A lot of it, almost all of it, honestly. There's a few things I'm looking forward to looking at for like it's been a while since I looked at it, but most of this I'm not gonna lie, I know all of it. All right, but let's keep on reading, no chat, because we like to learn. Refresh them brain cells, baby. Keep growing new brain cells, baby. But before we get on, I got to take my vitamins. So you're gonna ask me what vitamins do I be taking? Host defense, my community. You feel me? Gotta get your vitamins for your brain cells. Gotta get your vitamins in for your body. You feel me? I take a lot of mushrooms, not the psychedelic ones. Okay, I've actually never done the psychedelic mushrooms before. So, but I do take these ones and these ones too. So I gotta get my Emerald's Beauty. This is reishi chaga and snow mushroom, blueberry flavor. I just realized I didn't take my vitamins today. I didn't take them last night before bed. Unknown secret tip that don't know anybody gonna tell you. But you should take your vitamins at nighttime before you fall to bed. Before you go to bed, right before sleep, like an hour before bed, you should take whatever vitamins you plan on taking for the day. Because your body will process the vitamins better when you go to sleep. But I take mine at night and in the morning. Typically when I first wake up, when it's the first thing I ate all day, but I forgot this morning. And then right before bed, like an hour before bed. So I get the full benefits out of my vitamins. I get the full benefits. So as soon as you wake up, your body is ready to process and get the day started. And an hour before bed, so your body has the time to start to process it and then fall asleep. And your body does the magic when you fall asleep. You know. And I'm telling you this because that is the most effective way to take your vitamins. All right. All right, got you. And also take your vitamins with water. Some fresh water. Or some pineapple juice. Maybe some watermelon juice. Some of them juices with real electrolytes in them. Also, drink it with about 8 ounces of water. Now, if I remember to took my vitamins last night before I went to bed, because I forgot that too, your brother was tired. You know, I probably wouldn't have needed to take them this morning. A lot of times when I take my vitamins properly at nighttime before I go to bed, I don't need them in the morning. I wake up bright, refreshed, and my mind is woken up before I wake up, ready to go and punch day in the face. But I sit in my bed. I learn this little technique. I'm little. Y'all know me, man. Y'all know I'm finna tell y'all some information. When you first wake up in the morning, you should not get your behind out of that bed. You need to sit your behind in that bed and start to design your day. You wake up first thing in the morning, you do not, and I repeat, you do not get out that bed. You sit in that bed and you allow yourself to picture what your day is. Remove any negative thoughts about your day before you get your hind parts out of that bed. You feel me? Get out of bed with a smile, ready for the day. Now, if you feel yourself and you're in a bunch of anxiety, fear, whatever, calm yourself before you get out of that bed. You're still in that dream place. And in that dream place, when you first wake up in the morning, it's when you can do a lot of reconstructing of your mind and a lot of reconstructing of your day. Hey, don't tell nobody I never helped you out. All right. You can also do this with a different method. It's called I don't really know what it's called, but I call it the fall asleep. All right. It's when you hold a pencil in your hand. It's how you get creative. I'm always helping out. It's how you get creative real quick. You hold a pencil or a spoon, something with a little bit of weight in your hand, right? And you go into a lucid state. Fall asleep a little bit, have a good time, almost gently go into like possibly a meditative state, and then think about what you want to do in your life. You feel me? And then holding the pencil or the pen keeps you from falling asleep. You feel me? But you get a great big amount of inspiration right at that point when you about to drop that pencil or pen. That's when inspiration hits you. Another gem that ain't nobody gonna tell you. All right, hybrid cloud. A hybrid cloud, most commonly described, they're gonna tell you a whole bunch of information, but they're not gonna tell you how to apply it. They ain't gonna tell you how to apply it. They're just gonna read it from a book because they ain't never done it before. They're gonna read it from a book because they don't practice what they preach. A hybrid cloud most commonly describes a computer environment combining public and private cloud infrastructure. I practice what I preach, baby. Although any combination of cloud infrastructures constitutes a hybrid cloud. In a hybrid cloud, companies can store data in a private cloud, but also leverage the resources of a public cloud when needed. This allows for greater flexibility and scalability, as well as cost savings. A hybrid cloud is most commonly used because it enables companies to take advantage of benefits from both private and public clouds. Now let's get a little blurb of private and why private is important. So go into also public and why public is important, and then we're gonna really go into this why we should consider a hybrid cloud setup. Excuse me. Hope if anybody is in here, I hope you're enjoying yourself and I hope you're actually learning something. And if you already know this information, I hope you're just chilling and bobbing out. You feel me? You feel me? And let me just go change the category on my stream real quick. Give me 1 second, undo. I don't know if you guys know, but I've been taking Spanish for the past 8 days. Last night, I got a perfect score on my Spanish test. So, yeah, your boy is cooking. I'm just letting you know. Just let you know. I'm just letting you know. Get that on my face, boy. I'm finna get on you. I'm finna get on your head, boy. I'm finna get on you, boy. Eat. I'm finna get on your head, boy. On your head, boy. You know I will. I'll whip your head, boy. What am I doing up here? Oh, changing YouTube Studio. Oh my gosh. Ooh, somebody liked my stream. Thank you. Oh, from yesterday. Nice. Thank you. I got a copyright strike for reading watching a gospel thing, just so I can share this person's content to you guys. But I will never share the content to you ever again. They blew it. Whoever that was that copyright struck my channel blew it. I will never share their content ever again. Ever, not one time. I will never, ever talk about them ever again. I'm not even mention what their name is. I will never talk about them ever again. Ever. Never, ever talk to them about them ever again. You know? They do not deserve me to be talking about them. You feel me? Being a hater, I will not be talking about them ever again. A little hater, a little bit of haterade. I ain't gonna ever speak about you ever again, buddy. Now we are not friends. You just showed me we are not friends, buddy. And that's okay, man. We just not friends, man. Y'all don't gotta be a friend. I don't want to be a friend, buddy. You know? I don't want to be a friend. I don't need you, buddy. I love you, but I don't need you, buddy. Oh, I'm just having a good time. Loving life, living life, having good time. Loving life, living life with a good time. Loving life. Limitless is researching. Join him. Researching. Oh my gosh. And my thumbnail clean. I don't care if y'all don't join my stream. My thumbnail clean. Yeah. Yeah. Shout out Canva for doing that thumbnail for me. Yeah. I appreciate it. I appreciate it, Canva. You so clean. I like my thumbnail. Yeah. 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 Everybody say, yeah. 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 Everybody say, dang. That's tough. Hey, 3 people came through. Hey, I appreciate you. 3 people slid through my stream. I'm looking for 3 million though. I appreciate you though. I want 3 million people in here. That's what I said, and that's what I meant. Let's go. All right. A hybrid cloud also presents security challenges, such as managing multiple cloud environments. I heard something real good at church this morning, chat, and it was about killing your giants. You know? So I'm killing my giants. Killing them with a rock. That's all I need. One little pebble, just big, straight to the forehead, through the temple. Bam! Now the giant gone. Blew his head off. Oh my gosh! But I ain't step on him because I ain't disrespectful. I buried him, gave him a proper funeral, prayed over him. You feel me? And said, "You rest in peace. I'll never see you again." Ah, it's okay, man. No hard feelings. Respect. You played your game and I played mine and I won. That's all that mattered, baby. Okay, now let's keep on reading, booba. One issue is the complexity of man. Let's go back here first. We skip a little section. Private clouds can provide greater security and control over data. That's why we want. That's why we like them. While public clouds offer more cost-effective scalability. That's why we like those. And access to broader range of resources. A hybrid cloud also allows for a smoother transition to the cloud for companies that may need more time to migrate all of their data. Okay. Before I continue, I need to buy something real quick. So let me pause this. I actually need to buy 2 more tokens. I need to buy 2 more tokens to recertify myself. And I almost forgot to do that. So let's do that really quickly because I need to do that before I forget. Just so when it's time to really finish this, I'm done, you know? So that's all that matters. Let me go ahead and finish. Let me pay for this real quick, chat. I'll be right back. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Everybody say, 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 yeah, yeah. I forgot how to get there. Hey, my wife just sent me some bread. Thank you, honey bun. I gave my offering today. Thank you, Jesus. I love you. Hey! Yeah! Hey, some good news, chat. Some good news, chat. Yeah. Some good news, chat. Defeating my giants. You feel me? Defeating my Johns, baby. Defeating my Johns, baby. Defeating my Johns, baby. I love that for myself. Yeah. 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 Okay. What was I doing? Comp to you. Come to you. To you. To you. I don't even remember how I got to that yesterday, to be completely honest. I just want to take care of this business real quick. Pay for this stuff. You feel me? Pay for this stuff real quick. I already bought that. You feel me? I'm gonna log in. Just gotta log in real quick. I already bought that. You feel me? Now I'm trying to go take care of the rest of this. You feel me? Just gotta take care of the rest of this real quick. Little honey bean. Get out of my face. I'm just trying to get here. This is what I'm trying to get to. You feel me? Y'all make it so complicated to pay for stuff, man. Just make it a little more simpler to get to where you want to get to, bro. You feel me? Like, stop doing so dang much. You understand me? Make this a little easier to find. Because everybody say, yeah, yeah. I just came from over here, buddy. Don't waste my time. If you don't let me log into my account so I can pay for this, I'm a tweak out. I'm gonna tweak out. Stop being annoying. This website's some trash. I just want you to know. They need to do better. I ain't gonna lie. Like this is outrageous. You know? It's outrageous that a company this big has such a trash website. Like, grow up and do better, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Like, why am I paying you $150 all the time? I had to recertify. You feel me? When your website is like this, like garbage. You feel me? Like, stop wasting my time before I tweak out. Everybody say, yeah, yeah. Everybody say, yeah, yeah, yeah. Everybody say, yeah, yeah, yeah. I am hot, sweating. Call me super hot fire. Call me super hot fire. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Let's go ahead and let's go ahead and take care of this business. Mm-hmm. Sometimes you gotta spend that bread. Spin that bread, spin that bread, spin that bread, yeah. You gotta spin that bread, man. It is what it is. Well, thank you. Everybody say, yeah, yeah, yeah. All right, now that that's taken care of, we can get back to business, chat. Got to take care of business, chat. Got to take care of the business. Bam. Close all of these out because there's no point in this being open. Y'all do not need to see none of that. Don't log me. I'm gonna tweak out. Why do you log me out? I've been using this whole time. Everybody say, yeah. Already read that. All right, chat, we're good. I'm gonna read two more sections. And I'm gonna take a little break. It's been over an hour now. It's been a little over an hour. Gotta make sure the brain is taking in the information. You feel me? You can't just keep doing stuff and not. And you gotta absorb the information. You feel me? If you ain't absorbing it, you're just wasting your time. And I don't like to do that. All right. But let's keep on reading really quickly. So, a hybrid cloud also presents security challenges, such as managing multiple cloud environments and enforcing consistent security policies. One issue is the complexity of managing multiple cloud environments and integrating them with on-premise cloud infrastructure, which can create security gaps and increase the risk of data breaches. Another concern is the potential of unauthorized access to data and applications, particularly when sensitive information is stored in the public cloud. There are often mistakes caused by confusion over the boundary between on-premise and public cloud infrastructure. Additionally, using multiple cloud providers can make it challenging to enforce consistent security policies across all environments. So, what did that say in that paragraph? Um, when you have such a big environment in the cloud and it starts to go into different providers, tenants, it starts to get a little hard to manage and keep everything on the same level of code and keep everything secure at the same level. Um, because you're depending on that organization to maintain and keep everything up to date itself, right? So in these different environments, and then things can be on different code levels, and you could never even know. You feel me? So you have to like, you know, have this stuff properly taken care of in your contracts. A hybrid cloud infrastructure can provide data redundancy features such as replicating data across premises and cloud infrastructure. Data protection can be achieved through redundancy, but it can also lead to issues with data consistency stemming from synchronization problems among multiple locations. Considering the legal compliance is a critical concern when implementing any type of cloud environment, organizations must ensure that data stored in both the on-premise and cloud components of the hybrid environment comply with these mandates. This adds additional complexity to data governance and security operations. Another consideration is the establishment and enforcement of service level agreements, SLAs. SLAs formally outline all performance, availability, and support expectations between the cloud service provider and the organization. Guaranteeing expected levels of service can be challenging when dealing with integration of different cloud and on-premise systems. Other concerns related to the hybrid cloud include the potential for increased network latency due to large data transfer volumes between on-premises and cloud environments. That that impact application performance and monitoring the hybrid environment can be more complex due to the requirement for specialized expertise and tools. I'm sorry about that. Due to the complexity and the requirement for specialized expertise and tools. Yeah, and as I was talking about with your SLAs, you want to make sure that you discuss and then you have everything outlined to your specifications that you want your network to be running at in that SLA. Now, if it ain't covered in SLA, it ain't gonna be done. I'm letting you know right now. It ain't gonna be done. You feel me? They gonna do what you paid for. that's that's about it, buddy. I'm letting you know. They gonna do what you paid for. You understand me? All right. Cloud service models 3.1.6. As well as the ownership model, public, private, hybrid, or community, cloud service models are often differentiated on their level of complexity and the amount of preconfiguration provided. These models are referred to as something as anything as a service, XaaS. The three common implementations are infrastructure, software, and platform. So let's get into software as a service, SaaS, platform as a service, PaaS, and we got infrastructure as a service, IaaS. All right. These are some good ones. These are some good ones to remember. These are things that are talked about considerably. All right. SaaS, software as a service. We want to learn our acronyms. All right. We want to know what they all mean. You know, not only for the test you end up taking that you got to pass to get your certification, but so you don't look stupid in conversation. All right. It's a model of provision software applications. Rather than purchasing software licenses for a given number of seats, a business accesses software hosted on a supplier service on a pay-as-you-go or lease agreement on demand. The virtual infrastructure allows for developer supervision on demand applications much more quickly than previously. The applications are developed and tested in the cloud by the provider without the need to test and deploy the applications on the end user computers. Examples include Office 365, Salesforce, and Google Workspace. I work with Salesforce, never work with Google Workspace, and I have also worked with Microsoft Office 365. All right. But these are software as a service. These are applications, software on your computer. All right. Let's keep on going. Platform as a service. Platform PaaS, platform as a service, provides resources somewhere between software and infrastructure. A typical platform as a solution would provide servers and storage network infrastructure as per infrastructure, but also provide a multi-tier web application database platform on top. This platform could be based on Oracle or MS SQL or PHP and MySQL. Examples include Oracle database, Microsoft Azure SQL database, and Google App Engine. Distinct from software as a service, this platform would not be configured to do anything. Your developers would create the software, the CRM, or e-commerce application that runs on the platform. The service provider will be responsible for the integrity and availability of the platform components, and you would be responsible for the security of the application you created on the platform. So you would secure your stuff on the platform. You are buying a platform for your stuff to be on. You understand? Do you get that? Platform as a service is just something that you're paying for to put your stuff on top of. You feel me? All right, infrastructure as a service. Infrastructure as a service, IaaS, is a means of provisioning IT resources such as servers, load balancers, and storage area network SANs components quickly. Rather than purchasing these components and the interlinks they require, you rent them as needed from the service provider data center. Examples include Amazon Elastic Compute Cloud, Microsoft Azure Virtual Machines, Oracle Cloud, and OpenStack. So what is infrastructure as a service? Is rented stuff. You know, you're renting something from a place, right? So you're renting components from a place that you need to run things on, right? So that's the infrastructure that you need to run things on, right? Usually, that ties closely into the cloud stuff we were just talking about in the past chapter. All right, third party vendors. Third party vendors are external entities that provide organizations with goods, services, or technology solutions. In cloud computing, third party vendors refers to the providers offering cloud services to businesses using infrastructure, platform, or software as a service models. As a third party, careful consideration regarding cloud service provider at selection, contract negotiation, and service performance compliance and communication practices is paramount. Organizations must adopt robust vendor management strategies to mitigate cloud platform risk, ensure service quality, and optimize cloud deployments. Service level agreements, SLAs, are contractual agreements between organizations and cloud service providers that outline expected levels of service delivery. Obviously, we talked about this earlier. If it's not in the SLA, they ain't gonna do it. I'm telling you right now. If you are in a process, or if you're thinking about starting a business and you're trying to do stuff in any area, if it ain't in the contract, it ain't gonna get done. So you better make sure it's in that contract. All right. Organization must access security practices implemented by vendors unless you're doing it for the first time. Then they might look out for you. But typically, they might look out that first time and then they're going to expect you to buy it, right? They're enticing you to get that extra thing. It's not even looking out for you. They're just giving it to you so they can entice you to spend more money. You feel me? Including data encryption, access controls, and vulnerability management, incident response procedures, and regulatory compliance are and are responsible for ensuring compliance with data privacy requirements, especially if they handle personal identifiable information (PII). Mm, that PII, boy. Vendor lock-in makes switching to alternative vendors or platforms challenging or impossible, and so organizations must carefully evaluate data portability, interoperability, and standardization to mitigate vendor lock-in risk. Strategies like multi-cloud or hybrid cloud deployments can provide flexibility and reduce reliance on a single vendor. So you got this is what we talked about earlier, but this also introduces its own the multi-cloud. That means you have multiple different cloud environments in multiple different organizations, like depending on who you're buying it for. But there's a lot of people that sell cloud nowadays. So you would have a cloud environment, and it's one company. Then you have a cloud environment, and it's a different company. Um, just so you can provide yourself more flexibility in case something goes down. Um, is you have multiple different areas. So if this company just so happens to like have a crazy outage, you still have the company over here with this other cloud environment. You can just spin it up really quickly just to keep y'all up. In the meantime, as the other company works on getting itself back up, right? A lot of the times, companies downtime is their own fault because you should have just had a multi cloud environment. If you really want to be, if you really are that big company you think you are, you want to have a multi cloud environment. We have different cloud infrastructure in different environments. Um, just in case, because just like anything else, something may go down, something might happen. Imagine the main the main fob for the whole for that company goes down because somebody hit with a bomb. It blew up, and now you relied on only that one cloud environment for all your stuff for all your locations. That you're all going down. You know, you're all going down because you want to be cheap, cheap or lazy, one of the two, right? So it's always nice if I was a big company, if I was having my own big company, and I needed stuff like this, I would have a multi cloud, uh, or a multi tenant environment. You feel me? Responsibility matrix. So we wanna know what's on who. Whose fault is it? Who is to blame? This is why you need a proper SLA so you know who to blame. You feel me? That's what an SLA is for, honestly. So you know who to blame. We're using cloud infrastructure security risks are not transferred but shared between cloud provider and the customer. Exactly what I just said. The cloud provider is responsible for securing the underlying infrastructure while the customer is responsible for securing their applications and data. Choosing a cloud provider that offers robust security features such as encryption, access controls, and network security is important. This is not. This is important, but uptime is more important than all of this. You know, it don't matter how much security you got if you have no way of being online. If you have no way of being online, you understand me? If there's absolutely no way you can be online, your security absolutely does not matter at all whatsoever. You're spending money backwards. I ain't gonna lie. You're spending money backwards. I ain't gonna lie. I should be the CEO. The shared responsibility model describes the balance of responsibility between a customer and a cloud service provider (CSP) for implementing security in a cloud platform. The division of responsibility becomes more or less complicated based on whether the service model is SAS, PAS, or IAS. For example, in an SAS model, the CSP performs operating system configuration and control as part of their service offering, right? They do the system configuration because they do the software, right? You're paying them to do the software, right? So they're taking care of that kind of stuff. In contrast, the operating system security is shared between the CSP and the customer in the IaaS model because you're only paying for the infrastructure, right? So you're sharing the load of the other stuff, right? A responsibility matrix sets out these duties in a clear tabular format. You know. All right, we're looking at this tab. Bam. So we have what everybody's responsibilities are. So if you have, so we don't have, we're red here. Bam. Red here. Bam. Red here. Halfway here. This is what we share. We share these responsibilities here. Red here. Red here. We share these. Red here. We just share these, and it's all on them. Red here. You feel me? Share these all on them. Red here. All on them. You feel me? All right. The column header reads responsibility on premise. The data are as follows. Data classification. This information matters more to me than it does to you, so I'm reading it in my head. sorry, so quiet. In general terms, the responsibilities of the customer and the cloud provider include the following areas. We'll stretch real quick. I think I'm gonna read 3.8 first before I take a break. Just so I know I have 10 chapters left of this one left. When we get back and we're gonna knock out those 10 chapters. I have a good idea of how long it's gonna take us to finish. All right, so we're gonna do 10 chapters in our next one, so an hour there, and then we'll do 10 more chapters in our next one, so that's an hour to 3 hours right there. And then we're gonna hop into 10 more chapters here, so we get probably like to 416. Then from there, we'll try to get as close to finishing 4 as possible. Yeah, we're looking at at least 7 hours of just this stuff. This doesn't even include the breaks. This doesn't include the breaks. So we're looking at about a 10-hour day today. I ain't gonna lie. It's about a 10-hour day today, man. It is what it is. You heard my voice crack? Oh man. It's okay, man. We got hours. But that's cool because tomorrow, you feel me? It's gonna take about we'll do 10 chapters at each time. So bam, boom, two. Then we go bang, bam. That's 2 hours right there. And then about 2.5. We got about 2.5 hours worth of work tomorrow. It's not bad. Depends on what's in the sections. I'm not gonna if it's not nothing to overly do here, it probably won't take that long. But if I'm explaining and then telling jokes and stuff, it takes a little longer. All right. But it just depends. It depends on what's in the chapters, to be honest. Some of the chapters don't take that long because there's nothing in them. Just fluff. I'm not gonna read all that fluff. Not read all that fluff, you feel me? So then bam, soon after that, it'll take me about probably like 2-3 hours to do all the tests. So then I'll be done. And then we finish this in the weekend. And we finished all this in the weekend, baby. All right. Physical security of the infrastructure, securing computer storage and network equipment, securing foundational elements of networking, such as DDoS protection, cloud and storage, backup, and recovery. This is for the cloud service provider. Security of the cloud infrastructure resource isolation among tenants. Yep. You isolate every day all the tenants so they can't talk to each other. We do not want them, even in a public cloud environment, they can't share resources, it's a big pool of resources, but they don't share those resources because there's information in those resources in the realm that's using the resources, and that cannot be shared across different tenants. Well, that's a violation. I'm not gonna lie. Tenant resource identity and access control, security monitoring, and incident response for the infrastructure and securing and managing the data centers located in multiple geographic regions. My phone keep going off. Stop trying to distract me from finishing, buddy. All right, if I body slam you, you're Sammy. Meow 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 meow. Kill your giants. Kill your giants. I ain't gonna lie. Sometimes the giants try to take over my mind. Kill your giants. All right, cloud service customer. User identity management. Configuring the geographic location for storing data and running services. User and service access controls to cloud resources. Data and application security configuration and protection of operating systems when deployed. Use and configuration of encryption, especially the protection keys. This is what the customer is responsible for. This one more time. Identity management. The users. They're typically responsible for their servers below and how their servers are identifying their users, right? So um, it's usually the I can't remember the word at the moment. I don't know the word's on mine, but hey, maybe later I might remember. Um, right, but they're typically responsible for the user access level, right? So their users. We talked about this yesterday in yesterday's chapters, but the communication and the verification authentication features of the users when they try to authenticate into the cloud. Um, they're usually responsible for that. They give you the information of all their users. You input that into the cloud infrastructure, or they do it themselves, depending on the SLA. Um, and now they have a database in the cloud environment to where they're able to, when a client, one of their users try to log in, right, it tests it to that database. Bam. Oh, are you who you say you are? Do you have the credentials? Bam, bam, bam. All right, now you're verified. You got your token for a few hours. Bam. Now when that token expires, you got to log back in. Type, you know. But yeah, an important core concept when using cloud resources is that the implementation and the management of the security controls is not a hands-off endeavor, and identifying the boundary between the customer and the CSP responsibility requires a conscious effort, right? You have to. This is the importance of an SLA. Um, this is a conscious thing. You have to. Everybody has to know their roles and responsibilities and what they're responsible for, or because and if you don't know that, right, it is detrimental because you know you might not do something you dealt with someone else's job, right? And now there's a hole in the environment. There is a security hole, and that could be breached by somebody. All right, centralized and decentralized computing. Centralized computing architecture refers to a model where all data processing and storage is performed in a single location, typically a central server. All users and devices rely on the central server and process data and depend upon the server administrator and controlling organization's trustworthiness regarding security and privacy decisions. Examples of centralized computing architecture include mainframe computers and client server architectures. In contrast, decentralized, they love that one. They love this word right here, decentralized, is a model in which data processing and storage are distributed across multiple locations or devices. No single device or location is responsible for all data processing and storage. Decentralized computing architectures are increasingly important design trend impacting modern infrastructures because it's not just one location where you're getting all your information from. Decentralized architectures are becoming increasingly more popular as it offers several benefits such as improved fault tolerance, scalability, and unique security features. That's what I was talking about earlier. A decentralized setup is what I was talking about earlier. When you have multiple cloud environments in different companies, different organizations, whatever you want to call them, that's a decentralized architecture. A centralized architecture is when you have your cloud in one area, in one organization, right? One provider is doing all of it. Blockchain is distributed ledger technology allows for secure, transparent, and decentralized transactions. Peer-to-peer networks are networks designed to distribute processing and data storage among participating nodes instead of relying on a central server. Content delivery network (CDNs) distribute content across multiple servers to improve performance, reliability, and scalability. Internet of Things (IoT) devices can be connected into a decentralized network to share data and processing power. Distributed databases distribute data across multiple servers, ensuring that data is always available even if one server goes down. Tor, the onion router, is stinking here. My eyes are watering. It's a network that enables anonymous communication and browsing. Tor routes traffic through a network or volunteer operated servers or nodes to hide a user's location and internet activity. When you when you're pirating internet, when you're pirating movies, you need a tour. It's a tour. That's what a tour is for. You feel me? When you're pirating movies on the internet, that's all I'm saying. Use a network. You feel me? So that somebody try to trying to hem you up for stealing 1,000 movies, they don't even know it was you, buddy. They don't even know it was you, buddy. You feel me? I mean, I might as well just do this one too. Might as well go above and beyond, right? More than I thought I was gonna do. Because that's what God does for me, right? So I might as well do it for myself. Resilient architecture concepts. One of the benefits of the cloud is the potential to provide services resilient to failures at different levels, such as component servers, local network sites, data centers, and wide area networks. The CSP uses a virtualization layer to ensure that computer storage and network provisions meet the availability criteria set out in this SLA. SLA is important, man. That's why that SLA is important, man. In terms of storage, high availability refers to storage provision with a guarantee of 99.9% uptime or better. There we go. Replication. Data replication allows businesses to copy data to where it can be utilized most effectively. The cloud may be used as a central storage area, making the data available among all business users. Data replication requires a low latency network connections, security, and data integrity. You got to have good uptime. Low latency means good uptime. You know, not a lot of noise. Not a lot of noise. It's not a lot of noise happening. What needs to happen is happening. CSPs offer several data storage performance tiers. The term hot storage and cold storage refers to how quickly data is retrieved. Hot storage retrieves data more quickly than cold, but the quicker the data retrieval, the higher the cost. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It does cost more. I ain't gonna lie. It now talks about different applications require different requirements. You have to sometimes it's based on what you have, right? Everything is always based on what you need it for or what your plan is when you scale it to the future, right? So that's why you want to have like a 10-year plan, right? Because you want to be able to scale it out in your mind, right? About like what am I going to actually need in 10 years? You feel me? High availability across zones, right? It was was one of the things that one of my homies told me at my wedding because I hadn't seen my homie in a minute, because he's military. I'm not military no more. Um, but he was like, "Hey, the man with a plan." He was like, "My boy, the man with the plan." I was like, "You're right. You have a plan. You understand that there's gonna be some variables within the plan, but the plan is still the plan. There may be some variables you need to adjust to. The plan is the plan. The point of a plan is not to be caught up in like the different levels of the plan going perfectly all the time. It's just to have a plan in general, right? If you have a plan, you're able to keep your mind focused on that plan. So when the obstacles come, right, you're able to adjust as needed, right? So if your plan is to have a beautiful family with beautiful children in a house that's nice, then you will continue to do things that will push you to that level, right? Right. So uh, so as variables happen, because variables happen, right? Variables are just circumstances. Um, so as they happen, and life tries to make you fall, maybe try to make you like forget about the plan for whatever reason, right? You don't forget about your plan. It keeps you motivated, it keeps you not caring about the noise and the variables, right? And then you're able to keep on going and moving forward and achieving those goals. People are like, "How'd you do it?" Well, I just had a plan, and as things happened, it made me try to get me to doubt my plan. I said, my plan is still my plan, nigga. My plan is still my plan. It ain't gonna change. You not gonna change my plan. None of you gonna change my plan. So why would I care? You feel me? At the end of the day, why do I care what anybody thinks about anything at all whatsoever? Why do I care about any words come out of anybody's mouth at all whatsoever? The plan is the plan. The plan gonna be the plan. So whatever variables, whatever people, whatever things try to happen in life and try to stop me from the plan, shut up. The plan is a plan. Hey, I didn't say that we're gonna get there in the way I thought about we're gonna get there. You feel me? It might be a little switch up more than different than I thought it was. When I got my certifications, when I got there, I didn't know I was gonna find a homie when I was deployed to a different to a location at the time that was gonna help me on my path to getting my certifications. That wasn't a part of my plan. I never knew I wasn't gonna be ever be gonna be over there. But the variables happened. But the plan stayed the plan. So when the opportunities arose, I was there to keep the plan going. That's about it. Local replication. Replication your data within a single data center in the region where you created your storage account. The replicas are often in separate fault domains and upgrade domains. Regional replication. Replicate your data across multiple data centers within one or two regions. This safeguards data and access in an event a single data center is destroyed or goes offline. This is what I talked about earlier. When a bomb hit that data center, you're still good though, because it's in separate different locations. Geo-redundant storage, GRSs. Replicate your data to a secondary region that is distant from the primary region. This safeguards data in the event of a regional outage or disaster. Say there was a, say you had a, you got a storage unit, uh, data storage unit you have set up in the United States, and you have one in the United Kingdom. You feel me? Now, if something ever happens to the United Kingdom, you can still get in the United States. You feel me? All right, now we're gonna do this last one, 3.1.10. So we did 10 sections here. Application virtualization is a more limited type, and we're gonna talk about application virtualization and container virtualization. So application virtualization is a more limited type of virtual desktop VDI. Oh, I remember that VDI, boy. Virtual desktops. I remember when the first time I did that, headache. Rather than run the whole client desktop as a virtual platform, the client either accesses an application hosted on a server or streams the application from the server to the client for local processing. Most application virtualization solutions are based on Citrix, Zen app, formerly MetaFrame presentation server, though Microsoft has developed AppV products within its Windows Server range, and VMware has a thin app. Yeah, VMware, boy. I work with Citrix and VMware and AppV. You feel me? These solutions types are often used in HTML5 remote desktop apps, referred to as clientless, because users can access them through ordinary web browser software. Application virtualization. It's just virtual apps on your computer. It's just computer, it's just apps, you know? It's applications, and they're not local to your device. They're in a server somewhere. You feel me? Containerization is a powerful technology that is transformed application packaging and deployment. Containers encapsulate all necessary components for software, including code libraries and configurations, within a portable unit termed a container. A container. All right. Isolating the software in this way ensures consistent application behavior regardless of the underlying platform on which it runs. Software containers parallel the use of a physical container utilized in the shipping industry. For example, all components required to deliver a web application could be deployed in containers and managed using a container platform such as Docker. Ooh, Docker. Docker represents the cargo ship used to hold the containers. It's the platform, it's the ship that has all the containers on it. I love the picture they're giving us so you can have it in your mind. I love that. That's how I tell my stories anyway. Sorry, I hit the mic. That's how I tell my stories anyways. I love to give you a picture, a little storyline, so you can better put it into your mind and make it a little simpler for yourself. But yeah, Docker is just, the ship that has a container on it. You feel me? I'm carrying all your containers for you, buddy. All right. By leveraging containers, different application components can be swapped, avoiding many complexities associated with traditional software installation and configuration. Sorry about that. Traditional methods frequently encounter issues between the target system's configuration has different versions of software and libraries needed by the new component. Right. So these containers allow you to, adjust as necessary a little better. Right. Because they keep everything in this little area. Right. The container contains. You feel me? The container. If I pour this water in this cup, water at in the cup, right? Exactly. That's what I'm saying. In the container. So if you put your stuff in that container and you want that to be updated in that container, then that's going to be updated in that container. It allows you to do what you need to do in just a smoother fashion, right? It allows you to do what you need to do in a smoother fashion. Makes it a little less complicated to get everything up to date. One of the biggest things about IT stuff is updating things. Keeping things up to date is actually incredibly hard to do because there's so many things that go into that. You know, uptime, your customers, you know, vulnerabilities, critical things that may pop up. You know, this got little stuff, little stuff. So that's why these things are so cool. Having stuff like this is so cool to have because it allows you to, avoid some of the stuff. That we used to have to deal with back in the days. A lot of little annoying things about IT back in the days. all these little cool things that we've done to make it a little more easier for everybody. Pretty cool. Hypervisors play a critical role in virtualization by managing multiple virtual machines, VMs, on a single hardware platform. Did I just skip something? I feel like I skipped something. Okay, I did. I definitely did. A dependency nightmare often manifests as a frustration cycle of attempting to resolve conflicts by updating or downgrading dependencies, only to encounter new issues or break existing functionality in the process. This wastes time and effort for developers navigating through a maze of dependencies. Containerized applications avoid this because they are self-contained units, each holding an independent copy of its dependencies. That's what I was talking about. Hypervisors play a critical role in virtualization by managing multiple virtual machines on a single hardware platform. There are two main types of hypervisors, type 1 and type 2. Diabetes. Type 1 hypervisor, I'm sorry, the bad joke. Type 1 hypervisors, also known as bare metal hypervisors, run directly on the physical hardware, offering high performance and sorry, had a mental pause there. Had to do a little prayer. Known as bare metal hypervisors, run directly on the physical hardware, offering high performance and efficiency, which makes them ideal for enterprise environments. And examples include VMware ESXi, and Microsoft Hyper-V. Type 2 hypervisors or hosted hypervisors run on top of a host operating system and are often used for development and testing purposes. Examples of type 2 hypervisors include VMware Workstation and Oracle VirtualBox. So they work on top of something, right? Type 1 is, this is me, you know? This is me. I'm all here. Type 2 means this me, but I need my homie. All right. And that is it. That is it. Now we're going to take a little break. 3.111 is our next one to redo. And we're gonna I'm gonna be right back. My fault, brother. I was downstairs talking to the wife. What's up, Wes? We took a little intermission. We just finished our first hour. We're about to get into hour two. Streams are going on for the past 2 hours and 30 minutes. I was going for longer than I thought it was. I was going for way longer than I thought I was going to be going for. Let's see what we got left. So we're going to finish, and we're going to get into 322. We're going to end up on attack surface for this chapter, and then we're going to take our next break, and we're going to finish up chapter 3 completely, and then we're going to take our break for that, and then we're going to get right into chapter 4. Chapter 4 is kind of long. Golly, how many sections is this actually? Might have to count this again. Okay, so let me recount my hours real quick. So I got 10. This is hour here. Bam. I'll go 10 more sections. 3, 2, 1, 2, 10. And I'll finish this one. That's 2 hours. It's already 2 hours there. Then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 3 hours. Okay, I might have to do more sections than I'm thinking I'm having to do per time. I might have to cut down how much time I'm taking on each section a little bit. So then we'll probably finish this whole thing. That's 4 hours. 5 hours. 6 hours. 7. Oh God, we still got 9 hours left. We still got about 9 hours left of work to do. So we're gonna get right back. I'm gonna put some laundry in the laundry real quick, and we'll get right back to it. Oh man. Okay, serverless computing, cloud architecture. Let's go, babies. Big dog, stand up. I was going for a long time. Dang, that was almost an hour. Well, it's okay. I just kind of squandered an hour away by accident. All right, but serverless computing is a cloud computing model in which the cloud provider manages the infrastructure and automatically allocates resources as needed, charging only for the actual usage of the application. In this approach, organizations do not need to manage servers or other infrastructure, allowing them to focus on developing and deploying applications. So it's a cloud computing model which a cloud provider manages the infrastructure and automatically allocates resources as needed. So you don't need your own physical server, right? I'm not gonna go. I'm gonna have to speed it up a little bit. I'm gonna have to speed this up a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. Oh man, I didn't realize how much time I had gone by already. I need to put my other headphones back on the charger real quick. Give me 1 second. Bone conduction headphones, chat. I want to grab you a pair. Great, great, great headphones to use, especially if you're working on self therapy. You know, sometimes your bones hold some trauma. You can get it right on out of there with the bone conduction headphones because the sound goes straight into your bones or into your jaw. The sound goes through your jaw, not through your ear canal. so your mind can't make up lies about the stuff you're listening to. All right. Okay, but with serverless setup, all the architecture is hosted within a cloud, but unlike traditional VPCs, virtual cloud, private clouds offerings, services such as authentication, web applications, and communication are developed and managed as applications running on VM instances within the cloud. Instead, the applications are developed as functions and microservices, each interacting with other functions to facilitate client requests. Billing is based on the execution rather than hourly charges. Examples of this include AWS Lambda, Google Cloud Functions, and Microsoft Azure Functions. Serverless platforms eliminate the need to manage physical or virtual server instances, so there's little management. Sorry, so there's little to no management effort for software and patches, administration privileges, or file system security monitoring. There's no requirement to provision multiple servers for redundancy or load balancing, as it's all taking place in the cloud. So we can see how the serverless is serverless architecture is pretty nice, right? We can see how what the good things are, right? We can see all the good things about serverless setup. I'm wondering where they're talking about. Maybe in a different one. But let's get into microservices. Microservices is an architectural approach to building software applications as a collection of small and independent services focused on a specific business capability. Each microservice is designed to be modular, so it's used to be for like a specific thing, right? With a well-defined interface and a single responsibility, right? This approach allows developers to build and deploy complex applications more efficiently by breaking them down into smaller and more manageable components, right? Sometimes it's easy to deal with something when you can separate it into something and put it in its own category, right? That's funny. I just saw a video of my nephew watching my YouTube short. That's funny. My little nephew watching my YouTube short is funny. That's funny. That's mad funny, chat. I'm not gonna lie. That's pretty funny, bro. I'm not gonna hold you. All right. Um, but microservices also enable teams to work independently on different application features, making it easier to scale and update individual components without affecting the entire system. So it just allows you to, it really just allows you to separate things in their own little categories and allows you to make things a little easier to touch and change if needed to be, right? That's the cool thing about this. They're trying to tell you about. This allows you to do things and touch different components without having to directly interact and cause any issues with a different component, right? Um, Microservice and infrastructure as a code are related technologies. Microservice architecture is often implemented using infrastructure as code. Using IAC infrastructure as code, developers can define and deploy infrastructure as code, ensuring consistency and repeatability across different environments. This allows for more efficient development and deployment of microservices since developers can independently automate the provisioning and deploying infrastructure for each microservice. So you write the code out, and each of the little micros is easy to write the code for a microservice because it's going for one specific thing. You feel me? And yeah, it's easy to write a code for a microservice because it's for one specific thing, right? You don't have a whole bunch of different things you're trying to like alleviate and block from happening, right? When you're trying to build an entire network together, right? When you separate the things as they go and just have them on their own little container, um, it's easier to like mitigate some of those annoyances that engineers have to deal with. Transformational changes. Cloud computing offers many unique architectural services that differ from traditional on-premise services. Yeah, cloud in the that's why so many people are going away from on-prem because there's not it's the dynamic of it. Um, you're able to get your resources update it a little faster in the cloud. You can just buy what you need, right? Instead of buying and have to wait for it to get shipped to the place and having to add the physical hardware to your physical machine, or trying to buy a whole new piece of physical hardware and update it. As I told y'all yesterday, there's so many companies that are like using servers from 1997. You know, they use a Microsoft 97, right? And so when it comes to updating their servers, they have to buy a whole new server because the components they have on that server do not support what is current today. So typically, they have to spend quite a bit of money in order to build another temporary server that's going to get old one day and they're going to have to replace. So instead of buying a whole bunch of physical stuff, companies are choosing to buy stuff in the cloud because they can just spend a little money, right? And not have to worry about having to maintain the physical hardware themselves, or having to keep that hardware up to date themselves, or things like that. They're able to put that load on someone else, right? And a lot of times that's what companies really want. They want to be able to put some of that load so they don't have to manage everything themselves. But let's get into 3.1.12. Infrastructure as Code (IAC) is a software engineering practice that manages computer infrastructure using machine readable definition files. These files contain code written in a specific format that can be read and executed by machines. These files manage and provision computing infrastructure. Machine readable definition files are written in formats like YAML, JSON, and HCL, HashiCorp configuration language. They contain information about the desired infrastructure state, including configuration settings, network requirements, security policies, and other settings. By using machine readable definition files, network infrastructure can be developed and managed automatically and consistently, reducing the risk of errors caused by manual intervention. So what is a good thing about the code here? You're able to have some of these instances automated. Automation is amazing, you know. Automation is amazing. It has its own issues, just like a person having to do everything themselves has its own issues. But um, it's a little less load on your engineers, and the main thing is to take as much load off the engineers as possible so they can stay focused on the things that matter, which is making sure everything is clean, making sure the network's clean, running their actual tests, being able to verify and go through and parse through that data. That's what you really want your engineers focusing on, is going through the data, not always just focusing on these different little random gotchas from having to do everything themselves, right? So coding out, you still have to do the code and write the code yourself, but having it coded out, so you know what you wanted to do, and it's automatically going to do that, allows you to keep it going without you having to be doing something all the time, right? And if there were any issues, you just go and check in on the code and you're able to resolve it or troubleshoot it as needed because you wrote the code yourself, right? So but now let's get into responsiveness. Load balancing, edge computing, and auto scaling are critical mechanisms to ensure responsiveness, improve performance, and effectively handle fluctuating workloads. So we get into load balancing. So load balancing uh, is is a high availability thing, right? Load balancing allows you to, or exactly what it says, balance a load across multiple things, right? So it distributes let's read it. In the cloud, load balancers are intermediaries, proxies between users and backend resources like virtual machines and containers. They distribute incoming requests to different resources using sophisticated algorithms that handle server capacity, response time, and workload. So they pretty much they're like, okay, too much over here. Let's go ahead and like divvy up some of this to this other one, just sort of little even it out a bit. That's the point of a load balancer. It's like, oh, there's way too much taxing on. There's not enough resources over here. Let's kind of like move some of this stuff over here so we can alleviate how much resources were being used on this side. So it's like, oh, we're good. Okay, cool. Let's try to keep this like this for now, right? So that's why I said it's kind of intelligent, um, as it is load balancing your traffic and choosing, you know, what should go here, right? And so there is a physical process, right, of what to load balance and how to set that up, right? But once you set it up, it's pretty much whatever you need it to be until you need to change it again for the most part. But edge computing optimizes the geographic location of resources and services to enable faster processing and reduce latency. Instead of routing all data to a centralized cloud data center, edge computing utilizes distributed computing resources to minimize the distance needed to travel, right? Reducing network latency, right? Um, it's very similar to how VLANing cut down on all the noise in the switching environment, right? Um, Here, we're able to optimize our resources. We want to optimize as much as possible, right? So we're just kind of talking about how much we want to optimize as much as possible. Now, auto scaling is an automated process that adjusts the computing resources allocated to an application based on demand. Auto scaling allows cloud infrastructure to dynamically scale resources up or down to match real-time, workload requirements. So, what do we need to know about auto scaling? Auto scaling is just like, okay, let me just adjust. We good? Done it by itself. You set up parameters. I'm gonna keep you in these parameters. It's pretty much like load balancing, to be completely honest, but it's for different a different criteria of things, right? So, um, sorry, I just ate a little bit of the itis. Sorry, I just ate a little bit of the itis. Oof. I was hoping to be able to like throw a game in between the sections. You feel me? I'm not gonna lie, just so I can kind of wake up a bit. Like throw a game in here, play a game for a bit or something. But I don't have I don't have the extra time to do that until after this section we're done. So please excuse the tiredness. My wife didn't finish her coffee, so I took it. All right. Oof. So talking about the code again, right? It's partly facilitated by physical and virtual network appliances that are fully configurable via scripting and APIs. So talking about scripting and APIs. So the code, writing the code is usually is for scripting, right? You're not writing the code because you just want to write code. You write code because you're scripting something. You're trying to like do something and automate something. That's the whole point of writing code, right? Is to automate things, right? And APIs are the tools that you put the scripts on, right? Um, as networks become more complex, perhaps involving thousands of physical and virtual computers and appliances, become more difficult to implement network policies such as ensuring security and managing traffic flow. With so many devices to configure, it is better to take a step back and consider an abstract model of how the network functions. In this model, network functions can be divided into three planes. Let's get into these three planes. So we have the management plane. What do you think this does? Monitors traffic, conditions, and network status. It is the manager. I'm managing things. Keep it simple as much as possible in your head. Control plane makes decisions about how traffic should be prioritized, secured, and where it should be switched. I'm in control. So the manager is here. I'm like, okay, I'm looking at how everything is, make sure everything cool. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's what a manager does, right? Now, a manager typically has somebody right below them, right, who keeps the control over keeps things flowing smoothly, right? That's the control plane, keeps things flowing smoothly. Now we get into the data plane, handles the switching and routing of traffic and position of security access control. So the data plane is like this lower level right before the supervisor. So we have the manager, then the supervisor, and then we have the employee, right? The data plane, and that handles typically your things that an engineer would be doing, right? My foot is itching. Sorry, foot is itching. Sorry. um, but it typically handles the configuration aspect of it, right? So this is the data plane section, right? So if you need a different way to remember this, the management plane is the manager. I'm monitoring things. I'm making sure it's cool, but I don't really have I'm not really I don't got really got my hand in it, but I'm making sure it's cool, right? Now we got a control plane. That's the supervisors, right? They really got their hand in the pot. Okay, I got to make sure everything runs smooth, right? And then we have our engineers or our workers, and that's the data plane. That's the routing and switching and things like that. And that's a person that's actually doing the stuff, you know. All right, all right. A software defined networking, SDN. Yep. Application can be used to define policy decisions on the control plane. These decisions are then implemented on the data plane by a network control application, which interfaces with the network devices using APIs. These devices between the SDN application, software defined networking, and the SDN controller is described as a northbound API. While that, sorry, I got burp. Excuse me. While that between the controller and appliances is a southbound API. SDN, software-defined networking, can be used to manage compatible physical appliances, but also virtual switches, routers, and firewalls. The architecture supporting the rapid deployment of virtual networking using general-purpose VMs and containers is called Network Functions Virtualization, NFV. I got a lot of burps coming up, man. So let's look at this. Just trying to give you a look of how to understand this in your brain, right? Um, so did you get this? We got a description here just to get you to understand a little better, and then we have the image. Sorry. Um, so we have the software-defined networking, right? Has a management plane at the top that includes people, right? So as we described earlier, our management plane is the manager, right? And then we have our control plane, which is the supervisor, right? I'm making sure everything is smooth. And then we have our data plane, which is the worker bees, right? I'm the router and the switch. You feel me? This is the router and the switch lane. This is the worker bee lane. Public crowd. Come on, buddy. Public cloud infrastructure provides a wide range of available features to ensure high uptime and minimal downtime for its customers. Data replication and redundancy are among the key features as public cloud providers replicate data across multiple servers and data centers to ensure data availability in the event of a server or data center failure. Auto scaling is also a critical feature that allows resources to scale automatically based on demand, ensuring that applications can handle high traffic volumes without downtime. Public cloud providers offer disaster recovery services, including monitoring and alerting tools to proactively detect and respond to any issues that could impact availability. Public cloud providers also typically offer service level agreements, SLAs, right? And we talked about this earlier. SLAs are very important. If you're a company and you're buying something from another company, you want to make sure everything you want is in that SLA. Because if it's not in the SLA, they're not going to do it. All right. So considerations, cost. Obviously, money is a factor, right? How much things cost is a factor. We don't need to read through all of this. I'm not gonna lie, it's cap. It's all you know. It's all about This is fluff. I'm not gonna lie, bunch of fluff. Don't read all that. All right. So cost is obviously a factor. You don't want to spend all your money on it, huh? You need some money on to pay your employees, don't you? So that means you can't spend all your money on all this on the equipment, right? All right. Scalability. So you need this to be able to be something you can spread out far and wide. That's what scalability is. The ability to be able to spread this thing out far and wide. We want to be able to do this the same or very much similar to the same and do this pretty quickly. Scalability. All right. Resilience. You want this to be something that if something fails or if one of our links fail, then we have a way to still stay online. We want to be able to have our network still be as strong and resilient and have the best uptime as possible. Right. And now ease of deployment really goes into scalability. What I said about scalability at the same time is how easy. Don't try to stop me. How easy is it for you to do this multiple times, right? Over and over and over again. How easy is it for me to do this over and over and over again? Is there a way for me to be able to automate this? Is it a way for me to be able to just run the same thing over and over again to get this out there, right? So that's ease of deployment is uh, very important. Ease of recovery. In case everything fails, do we have a backup plan? Is there a way to back all this stuff up? Are there backups anywhere? Can we recover all this information that we think we may have lost? That's why that's one of the big things about the cloud environments, right? It's usually a lot of times it's a backup place. It's where you send all your data to and keep it there in a repository of some sort, so that in case of a cataclysmic failure, you can grab all that information back and just run it right back on as quickly as possible, right? And then SLA and ISA, right? So Interconnection security agreements establishes security requirements and responsibility between organization and the cloud service provider to safeguard sensitive data and ensure compliance with the industry regulations to help ensure the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of data and systems within the cloud environment. Um, so SLAs and ISAs, I already said these are very important. If it's not an SLA, they ain't gonna do it, right? And if you really want a secure network, the ISA is also very important, right? Um, that goes over all of your how well all your stuff is being secured. You know, what's the level that you expect from us? And now power. Clearly, power is you need power to run the devices. If there's no electricity, it ain't gonna run, right? So power is obviously important. There is things like ups, there are backup power supplies. There are the ability to plug devices into multiple different data centers, or the ability for a cloud environment to have redundancy so that you know um, if one of the parts of the cloud environment goes down, then there's another backup, right? So that's the power and everything. Now, compute, we need the resources. That includes RAM and all the physical requirements, all the physical allocations that are required. In the cloud environment, these aren't physical things, but in a on-premise environment, these are physical things, right? So do you have the resources needed to run all of this stuff? You know, do you have the resources? And if you don't have the resources, you have to think about, okay, what are the resources that I need? Like, what do I absolutely need? And that goes back into cost. All this goes right back into cost, right? So these other things, you go through all of this stuff, right? Write down what your best possible outcome is. If you wanted the best stuff possible, and then you go back to your cost. Is this feasible? That's kind of expensive. All right, let's redo this a little bit. What things can we cut back on, right? Now, what are the things that we really want to keep at the best possible level, and what things can we really kind of cut back on just to make you know as we build and get bigger and better, right? So as we build a company, we can buy all the expensive things that we want, right? But for now, what can we cut back on and make less expensive? And then what things do we really still want to be the best quality things that we want to have, right? Um, and that's really what all this comes down to, right? You got to have a plan for this kind of stuff. All right, cloud security considerations, data protection, right? Data protection. Um, this is the big difference between a private cloud and a public cloud or a hybrid cloud and things like that, right? The public cloud, there could is not as strict, clearly, right? It's a public cloud environment. There are other attendants in there with you. Um, and there we are allocating a specific amount of resources for all the public tenants in there, right? But it's an open tenant. Your information isn't traversing these other tenants because that is a violation, right? You can't. It's not going to traverse. We're going to use the same RAM for you as you are using for this other tenant, right? But you are in a public environment, right? And then we have our private environment where it's more so just you in this environment, right? These are your resources. There's nobody else using your resources. This is allocated for you just to keep it as secure and private to you just as possible, right? And you have your hybrid um, setups in the cloud, right? Where we have a little bit of public and a little bit of private, right? So we have our private stuff staying private, but we all have our stuff that's not really important, right? You know, not really important stuff in a public cloud, right? So we have all our important stuff in the private cloud, which kind of costs a little bit. So instead of having a full private cloud where everything's private, that's probably extremely expensive, right? So it's feasible to have a hybrid cloud because we have our private stuff that stays in the company and nobody else gets access to. And then we have our public cloud, which is more so public, shares resources with other things, but it's still pretty secure at the same time, right? Now we don't want the public and the private to ever intercross or information to cross those two thresholds. So you set up your own security so that they never talk to each other. But at the same time, um, it requires a little more hands-on um, in that hybrid setup. Now, um, patching is important. We talked about this earlier. How all these little the microservices are so important for like being able to patch your devices and keeping things up to date. Because patching and updating and OSs and things like that, they are incredibly hard to plan out to do, especially the bigger the company is as managing other companies, right? Because it's just usually typically a bigger problem when it's um, a cloud provider managing lots of different customers, right? Keeping everybody up on the same levels because you have to worry about all these different customers, know and all of their different stuff staying online and being down at the correct times and keeping the lowest amount of downtime for every single customer, right? And that's why patching is like such a thing that has to be thought out so much, you know. And then there has to be like the proper team in place to make sure if the patches don't go well that you're going in and fixing the ones that don't work, right? And don't go through properly, just to keep that customer from being down for too long, right? So patching has been like a pain in the butt for engineers for a long time, but it's getting a little easier as time goes on, and it's little things become a little more separate, you know. Now, secure communication and access. We're talking about SD-WAN. Ooh, software. Oh my, that was my thing, you know. That's my thing right there, boy. Yeah, yeah, boy. I did some SD-WAN too, boy. Yeah, boy. I did some SD-WAN too, boy. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. I be out there, boy. I'll be out there, boy. Getting in the paint. I didn't even ever really realized how many things I've actually touched in my life. It's hard to remember sometimes how much stuff you've actually done and appreciate all the work you've already accomplished. You know, as I'm going through this, I'm realizing how many things I've actually already done. You know, I'm really realizing how much cool stuff I've already done in my life. To me, it's cool. To me, this stuff is cool, right? So how much cool stuff I've already done in my life? Because sometimes I get caught up in my own head, think I'm a loser. So, um, but I'm not. I've done so much cool shit in my life, bro. It's crazy. It's crazy. I've done so much cool stuff in my life, bro. It's crazy. Uh, One of the key examples. Okay, let's read this. SD-WAN enables organizations to connect their various branch offices, data centers, and cloud infrastructure over a wide area network WAN. One of the key advantages of SD-WAN is its ability to provide enhanced security features and considerations. For example, SD-WAN uses encryption to protect data as it travels across the network and can segment network traffic based on priority ratings to ensure that critical data is fully protected. One of the cool things about SD-WAN is it comes with the ability to prioritize traffic, and then it also comes with the ability to mitigate the ability to talk between. So like some of the switching and routing features that we were talking about earlier, where we have inter VLAN routing and things like that, you can just do that simple instead of an SD-WAN infrastructure, right? It's just like a toggle. You set up whatever your parameters on. It's just an all-around really smooth process, to be completely honest, um, and is actually pretty secure. Uh, but let's get into secure access service edge. I see a lot of people um, moving around SD-WAN providers recently, but kind of going back to some older software. Uh, but we'll see. I don't think people are quite aware of the features that they're getting in some of this equipment they're paying for, especially when they go from equipment to equipment, especially because they don't actually ever use the stuff. And yeah, they're a little like a days ago about learning and what they're paying for. Um, but SASE, right? Let's get into SASE. Secure Access Service Edge combines the protection of a secure access platform with agility of cloud delivered security architecture. SASE, Secure Access Service Edge, offers a centralized approach to security and access, providing end-to-end protection and streamlining the process of granting secure access to all users, regardless of location. A SASE is a network secure access service edge is a network architecture that combines wide area networking, WAN technologies, and cloud-based security services to provide secure access to cloud-based applications and services. So what is SASE? What is SASE doing? It's getting you a secure way to use your applications, right? It's making you using these different things on your computers, right? Secure. That's what SASE is doing. It's giving you a secure way to access these things. If you want to know what that, if you want to remember, you don't have to read all this extra jargon and get confused by accident. SASE is only making sure you get to what you need to get to in a safe way. That's what it's doing. That application you need to get to, I'm making sure you get there safely. That's what it's doing. All right. Offers security features to help organizations protect their networks and data as SASE operates under a zero trust security model. What is zero trust? I don't trust you until I verify you. That's zero trust. I don't trust none of you at all until I verify you in person. Or until we have good conversation and you show me you're not a douchebag. You feel me? You feel me? So until you show me you're not a douchebag, I don't trust you at all whatsoever. That's how I live my life in the first place. I'm the first zero trust agent that was ever created. I'm telling you. Before zero trust was a thing in networking, it was me. It was me. I'm zero trust. I don't trust none of you until you verify that you're trustworthy. People tell you to trust first, not me. I ain't telling you to trust nobody first. I'm telling you to verify. Verify, then trust. I don't trust you at all until you verify to me that you're not a douchebag. You feel me? Unless you can tell me, show me you're not a douchebag, I do not trust you. Zero trust. I was the first zero trust that was ever created before they did it in IT. They got that idea from me. They got that idea from me. I'm the first ever zero trust. You feel me? I don't trust nothing. I don't trust nothing until I verify that you legitimate. You feel me? Why would I trust you without you proving your legitimacy? You feel me? I don't. Embedded systems. They do not understand. I don't trust them. You ain't verified nothing to me. What you prove to me? Nothing. Embedded systems are used in various specialized applications, including consumer electronics, industrial automation, automotive systems, medical devices, and more. Or they're embedded systems. They're embedded into things. Okay, so home appliances such as refrigerators, washing machines, and coffee makers contain embedded systems that control their functions and operations. Smartphones and tablets contain embedded systems, including processors and sensors and communication modules. So things that are already innately there, right? It's not things that you're adding to something. It's already in there, right? All right, we're not gonna read all of this because that's not important. I'm not like it's not important. All right, because we got 9 hours of work left. You feel me? I'm trying to cut these hours down to at least 5. Real-time operating systems. A real-time operating system, RTOS, is a type of operating system designed for use in applications that require real-time processing and response. Real-time operation and response. This is why you just need to know the acronyms. If you know what RTOS means, and they ask you a question about what RTOS is, and you know what the acronym means, you're gonna know what it is. So if the question doesn't have anything to do with real time, anything in real time, then you know this is not an answer choice. Then you know this is not an answer choice. You feel me? So not only am I showing you and going over this stuff so that you can easily understand it, I'm also showing you how to test take. This is how you test take. You test take by learning the acronyms. That's how a smart test taker take tests. They learn the acronyms. Because they'll use the acronyms on the test. They're not gonna spell it out. They're not gonna spell it out on the test. They're gonna use the acronym. Examples of real-time operating systems. The VxWorks operating system is commonly used in aerospace and defense systems, right? Uh, and so it is. It's just this is not important. Why do I care about that? It's not important. What is real-time operating systems? It's an operating system that operates in real time. Let's move on. We're not doing this. We're not doing this. We're not wasting our time. All right. A security breach involving real-time operating system can have serious consequences, right? Because it's happening in real time. So if somebody breaches it, it's happening in real time. So what you want to do with these systems is keep them protected. All right, let's go. We don't need to read all that. Blurbs, nonsense, garbage, extra fluff. Not doing that, buddy. You're not doing that. We're not doing that. We don't do that. We don't let them try to fill our heads with nonsense. All right, fluff, cotton. Not doing that. Workflow and process automation systems. Industrial control systems, ICSs. Excuse me. Mm. But it's cool to read about what those things are and what they're used for, just so you have a better idea of what it actually is, right? But if you already know what it is, then why would you have any reason to read all the extra stuff? You know, you know what it is already, brother. Trust yourself. You know what it is already. Industrial control systems, ICSs, provide mechanisms for workflow and process automation. These systems control machinery used in critical infrastructure like power supplies, water suppliers, services, telecommunications, and national service security services. An ICS, industrial control system, that manages process automation within a single site is usually referred to as a distributed control system, DCS. An ICS comprises plant devices and equipment with embedded programmable logic controllers, PLCs. The PLCs are linked either by an operational technology, OT, we in OT right now, chat, field bus serial network, or industrial Ethernet to actuators that operate valves, motors, circuit breakers, and other mechanical components, plus sensors that monitor some local states such as temperature. Output and configuration of a PLC, a programmable logic controller, are performed by one or more human machine interfaces, HMIs. A human machine interface might be a local control panel or a software running on a computing host. Programmable logic controllers are connected within a control loop, and the whole process automation system can be governed by a control server. Another important concept is the data historian, or a database of all the information the control loop generated. So I'm showing you like study tips by reading it the way I'm reading it, right? Because they're putting the acronyms here, but as you read through this, you want to read the actual word human machine interfaces, right? Because it's repetition, right? So as you read through this stuff, you should always just read the entire word out and not use the acronym unless you actually have already memorized the acronym. And even still, I would still read the word out instead of using the acronym, you know. But the supervisory control and data acquisition, SCADA, supervisory control and data acquisition, takes place of a takes the place of a control server in a large scale, multiple site ICSs. And what is an ICS again? Let's read that one more time. Industrial control systems in a multiple site industrial control system, right? Industrial control system. SCADA, supervised control and data acquisition, typically runs as software on ordinary computers gathering data from and managing plant devices and equipment with embedded PLCs. What are those? Programmable logic controllers and with embedded programmable logical controllers, referred to as field devices. SCADA, supervised control and data acquisition, typically use wide area network communications such as cellular or satellite to link the supervisor control and data acquisition SCADA server to the field devices. I know, man, it's a little more complicated to read that way, but I'm telling you, it's a lot more beneficial for your memory and for just in case you're in the middle of like a make or break situation, last question of the test, but you don't know if you answered enough, and then you don't know if you got enough right, but you're gonna put it all on this last question on this test, so the pressure's on. But when the pressure turns on, that's when all the work that you did before the pressure turned on starts to matter. You feel me? So what is an ICS? Industrial control systems. There we go. Industrial control systems, right? And SCADA is supervisory control and data acquisition. So industrial control systems and supervisory control and data acquisition. Okay. These types of systems are used within many sectors of industry. Okay, so energy refers to power generation and distribution. Industrial, mining and refining raw materials, fabrication and manufacturing, creating components and selling the components. Logistics, where they can go, and the facilities, where they're made, right? So, industrial control systems and supervisory control and data acquisition. Okay, supervisory control and data acquisition was historically built without regard to IT security, though there is now high awareness of the necessity of enforcing security controls to protect them. You know, we have to control, you have to protect these things with networking. You have to add security to these things. You can't just have these things wide open because people hack into these things nowadays, right? They'll build the lights at the place. They'll turn off the power at your facility, right? They hack into some type of mainframe and take control of the whole what was it, the whole facility, right? So You know, these things also have to be considered when you're thinking about cybersecurity now, right? Back in the days, they really weren't um, that important to um, protect because nobody was really trying to hack into them. They didn't. The computers and things like that were are very new things, right? So obviously, when they were first building these facilities and doing all this stuff, this stuff wasn't a problem, right? But now it is. So now that's a very important part of protecting your industrial control systems and your supervisory control and data acquisition systems. You feel me? Yeah. And I didn't read that. I see it, I know that's there, but I did not read that. I just learned it. Yeah. Tell me, bro. All right. Internet of Things. IoT refers to the network of physical devices, vehicles, appliances, and other objects embedded with sensors, software, and connectivity, enabling them to collect and exchange data. Sensors are small devices designed to detect changes in physical environments such as temperature, humidity, and motion. You have these on your car. On the other hand, actuators can perform actions based on data collected by sensors, such as turning on a light or adjusting a thermostat. IoT devices communicate with each other and with other, often public cloud-based systems over the internet to exchange data and receive instructions. Your automated cars nowadays. Cloud-based systems form an essential component of IoT infrastructure as they provide the computational power needed to perform data analytics on the large amounts of data generated by IoT devices. Internet of Things. That just means things that is the internet is not just you getting on the computer nowadays. You know, the internet is used by your car. It's used by your microwave, by your refrigerator. You feel me? By Amazon Alexas. You know, so internet. Internet of Things, right? Um, so those things have internet now. And so there are information collection systems for those things that are now on the internet that weren't on the internet before. You know, refrigerators weren't always on the internet, right? Cars didn't always run through the internet, right? Um, so, but now they are. So now those things also have to be protected now as well. Um, so we see we're going over here. We don't have to read all of this. This is a waste of time. But um, and there's so many things on the internet. Yeah, I'm not reading all this. Yeah, I'm not reading all this. There's no point. This is one of those sections that I would have definitely skipped. Um, I wouldn't even have read the first line. I wouldn't have read the first line. I would have said, I'm not wasting my time reading this, bro. I read this for y'all. I read that first paragraph for you guys, and gals. You're the only ones I read that for, not for myself. Because, it's just basic. It's basic things. Things now have internet. Lots of things use the internet now, and all those things have to be secure nowadays because somebody can hack your car and steal your car from you now. So that's the thing. All right, so we're getting into our next objective chat. We're in 3.2 now. Apply security principles to secure enterprise infrastructure. Given a zone-based network security architecture, network security appliances ensure traffic that flows between and within zones meets access control policies. The selection of controls based on their functions and attributes and their appropriate placement within the topology is critical to ensure effective network security. Oh, that's my fault. Security zones, chat. Yeah, we flying, right? I ain't gonna lie. Doing pretty good. We'll probably finish section 3 in our next hour. Section 4 is just kind of long. Section 4 was like 4 hours of work by itself, bro. Might even be more. Like, why are there 40 sections, 50 sections in here? 60 sections in here, honestly. This is 20 by itself. There's another 20 right here. That's 10. That's already 50. Not counting these. That's at least 10. That's at least 10. Bro, there are over 60 sections in section 4. That's 6 hours at 10 apiece. So I can't do 10 apiece for that. I'm gonna have to do 20 apiece for section 4. To knock that out in 3 hours, I'm gonna have to do 20 sections apiece in section 4. It's OD, bro, and I guarantee you it's a bunch of fluff. That's OD, and I guarantee it's a bunch of nothing. It's a bunch of I guarantee so much of nothing in there, bro. I guarantee you. Oh man. But it's good. It's good because not everybody has been doing this as long as I have, and not every, and there's people that's been doing it longer than me. I don't know everything myself. You feel me? So some of this stuff I'm reading, maybe I'm reading for the first time, because it's not something I do with with whatever job I do, right? Um, so security zones, right? So we want to have a zone-based security topology, right? So on-premise networks have a clear organizational boundary at the network perimeter. Host, that's usually the DMZ, the demarcation zone. Hosts outside the perimeter are in a public internet zone and are untrusted. Hosts within the perimeter will have different levels of trust and access control requirements, right? So what they're saying here is the internet doesn't have the permissions to go back into the network, but the ones the users inside the network have the permission to do what they need to do to go out to the internet. That's all I said. Database and file systems. That's a part of the zones, right? The internet can't come back in, but you can go out, right? So now we're talking talk about database and file systems. Um, should prioritize competition integrity. There should not be anything coming back in. There should be no public internet coming back into this, right? That's no. That's a no. Client devices need to prioritize integrity and availability. These devices should not store data and therefore have a lower confidentiality requirement, right? So you could possibly in communication from the internet to your laptop and communication back out, right? Um, but that wouldn't go to that server. That server would be restricted, would have restricted access, right? But maybe your laptop won't have the same levels of restrictions, right? From with the communications to the internet, right? And now we have public facing application servers, web, email, remote access, and so on. Should also prioritize integrity and availability. They should not store sensitive data such as account credentials publicly as must not be fully must not be considered fully trusted, right? So this is public in some sort. That means somebody can get access to this, right? And maybe be able to be found on the internet, right? So you should not put like a bunch of PII on nothing public facing. Don't. All right. Simple. Application servers and person PII is personable information that can identify you, right? So your personal information, like your logins, um, things about you, stuff like that, about your employees, things about the company, sensitive data information about the company, how the company your company's plans and stuff like that should not be on a public facing server, right? Now, application servers that support network infrastructure, authentication, directory, and monitoring and logging, right? So these are usually I can't think of what they are right now, like AD, like AD servers, um, Active Directory, must exhibit high levels of confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Any compromise of these services could have catastrophic. I said catastrophic impacts, right? So if all the if your AD Active Directory server, which is what you usually test the credentials of your users against, right? When they log in, that means it has a database of your user credentials inside of it, right? So if that gets hacked, then all of the user credentials where that database is are a are potentially liable to be stolen by whoever got in there, right? So that should never be a public facing thing. Nobody outside of you should be able to access that at all whatsoever. That should not be accessible through the public internet. This analysis will generate a list of security zones needed. The network architecture and security control infrastructure must ensure that these zones are segregated from one another by physical or local segmentation. Traffic zones should be strictly controlled using a security device, typically a firewall. Traffic policy should apply the principle of least privilege. You have the least amount of privilege as possible. So who you think you are, buddy? That's why I say to you guys, I mess with you, but you have the least amount of privileges in my life. I'm not gonna lie. The network attack surface is all the points at which a threat actor could gain access to a host and services. It is helpful to use a layer model to analyze the potential attack surface. So I was telling you about their 7 layers, so we're gonna go over these 7 layers it looks like here. So layer 1 and 2 allows unauthorized hosts to connect to wall ports or wireless networks. Layer 1 and 2, told you 1 is the cabling. Layer 2 is the switching. If the ports on your switches are not shut down and they're wide open, somebody can go walk in that IT closet if they got that key to that closet and plug right in. Now they're on your network. Layer 1, you got a whole bunch of open wall ports. I got a cable with me, baby. Plug right in. Or I can tap into those physical cables. So there are cables that have shielding on them, and they're harder to be tapped into, or for this information to be read off based on the information that the cable is sending off. So additionally, you should consider. Oh, let's keep on though. Layer 3 allows unauthorized hosts to obtain valid network addresses, possibly by spoofing and communicate with hosts in other zones. So this is about almost like an idea. This is like a rogue DHCP server, right? Like a rogue DHCP server, acting like the DHCP server that you have internally, and then your devices try to connect to that and get IPs from it, and now boom, cooked. Now layer 4 through 7, allows unauthorized hosts to establish connections to TCP or UDP ports and communicate with application layer protocols and services. So this is really more of using bad ports on your network, right? 4 through 7 is really what you want to look at when it comes to your firewall security and stuff like that. Um, and it's about more so locking down your systems and using not so much used ports on the internet, and not so much used services that other people are using on the internet, right? So locking that down. There's typically um, things that are done in a firewall, right? So, well, let's go. Let's keep on reading. Additionally, you should consider the external public attack surface separately from the internal private attack surface. Each layer requires its own type of security controls to prevent, detect, and correct attacks. Provisioning multiple control categories and functions to enforce multiple layers of protection is referred to as defense in depth. Security controls employed to the network perimeter are designed to prevent external hosts from launching attacks to any network layer. The division of the private network into the segregated zones is designed to mitigate risk from internal hosts that have either been compromised or that have been connected without authorization. Weaknesses in the network are to make it more susceptible to undetected intrusions or catastrophic service failures. Typical weaknesses include the following: single points of failure. So if you have one server that controls everything and it goes down, cooked. Complex dependencies. Servers that require many different systems to be available. So this can't be available unless you have this, and this up. Not a good idea to buy that. Availability over confidentiality and integrity. So you choose to have it up longer rather than having your stuff secure. Not a good idea. Like a documentation and change control. If you don't document, how you know how to fix it if it breaks? If you need to update something and you don't have no processes and procedures in place, how you expect to do it properly? Over dependence on perimeter security. Not having your own internal security processes. So not securing your own internal equipment. So yes, you bought stuff from some cloud provider, or you bought something from some provider, some software SD-WAN provider, but you do no internal security practices at all whatsoever for your own stuff. So now everything is relying on them doing their job. Not a good idea to do. All right, let's keep on going. Device placement. Oh, this is a good one. So placing your device in the right place. That's is where things happen. Is how the flow, baby. The flow has to be good. Has to be a little flow. Has to be a little flow going on. A little flow. Like I'm hitting a worm. Yeah, a little flow. You feel me? A little flow going on. You feel me? Hitting a worm on them. You feel me? Flow. Flow. Uh, you feel me? See how I hit them seamless. You feel me? Little little flow on them shoulders. You feel, little flow. You see that flow? You feel me? Flow. We wanted to be. You, you feel me? Yeah, you know how them shoulders moving. That's that flow on them, baby. You feel, damn. Smooth criminal on them, baby. All right. All right. Let's get into it though. Sorry, scratching my behind on my seat. All right. The selection of effective controls for network infrastructure is the process of choosing the type and placement of security appliances and software. The aim is to enforce segmentation, apply access controls, and to monitor traffic for policy violations. Um, so obviously, you want to get effective things. You want to get things that you actually need. You don't want to buy stuff you don't actually need, bro. All right. And the contingency plan, right, is not about just buying what you need, right? So what if I possibly need this, right? Well, you get that as well, but you have enough for your situation, right? You don't overbuy. And so that's about the costing as well. Okay, now the selection of effective controls is governed by the principle of defense in depth. Defense of depth means security of critical zones are protected by diverse preventative, detective, and corrective controls operating at each layer of the OSI model 1 through 7. Defense of depth is ensured through careful selection of device placement within the network topology or three options. All right, so we're preventative, right? So we're preventing. It's this the firewalls. We're preventing, right? All right. Now detective, right? Well, now who is the detective here? It might be placed within the perimeter to monitor traffic between the host and the segment. So you have your own little device that is monitoring. Now, this detective is a monitoring device, right? We're monitoring, right? The preventative thing here is your firewall, but you also need to have a device that's monitoring the network, right? And that's a detective. Now we have corrective controls. Might be placed within the traffic to correct detected errors or irregularities. Right. So now we have our network tools. Now we have our network tools. Corrective controls are our network tools. Preventative, detective, and corrective tools might be installed on the host as a layer of endpoint protection in addition to the network infrastructure controls. All right. Let's read this 1 through 7, 1 through 6 real quick, okay? So at the network border, preventive controls such as firewall enforces access rules for ingress and egress traffic, so in and out, right? Ingress and egress is just in and out, right? Number two, a sensor placed in line behind the border firewall relays traffic to an intrusion detection system to implement detective control and identify malicious traffic that has evaded the firewall. So now I told you a monitoring system. Something to monitor stuff. Right? Three, access control is configured on internal routers enforce rules for traffic being forwarded between internal zones and host. Your configuration. Incoming traffic, that's your tools and things like that, right? Incoming traffic for public facing service can be mediated by a load balancer. There's more your tools, right? Your tools. These more tools. Sensors, more tools, right? On each host, each endpoint protection software applies a range of preventative, detective, and corrective controls to mitigate threats and have evaded network controls. So now we have our firewall, we have our monitoring system, and then we have our tools for our interior of our network. So your access control list is a tool to keep your entire interior network clean. Then we have our load balancers and our security appliances that keep our servers protected, right? So closing some ports, right? Our tools, the things that we can use to keep us safe, right? Sensors, right? So now this is more tools to keep us safe. We have our sensors here now, and then a little bit of endpoint protection. So our little um, end user uh, group policy. There we go. A little bit of group policy on the computers. And now device attributes. Attributes. Come on now. I got attributes. Eyes attributes. All right. Look up, son. Device attributes. All right. Let's get into it. Active versus passive. A passive security control is one that does not require any sort of client or agent configuration or host data transfer to operate. For example, network traffic can be directed or copied to a sensor and scanned by an analysis engine. The control is completely passive. Hosts on the network would be unaware that it is operating, and the control has no addressable interface. An active security control that performs scanning must be configured with credentials and access permissions and exchange data with target host. An active control that performs filtering requires hosts to be explicitly configured to use the control. This might mean installing agent software or on the host or configuring network settings to use the control as a gateway. All right, so passive. What is passive? Um, it's doing it on its own. Active, you got to do something for it to work. It's gonna move forward. It's gonna move forward. It's not even any more bit deeper than what it is. Okay. All right. A device that is deployed inline becomes part of the cable path. No changes in the IP or routing topology are required. Device inline and monitoring. Okay. Sorry, I didn't read the title here. Devices interfaces are not configured with MAC or IP addresses. An inline device can copy network traffic to a monitor or sensor. The sensor can be configured to receive traffic in two different ways. So we have an inline monitoring tool, which is just going in line with the normal network. It's not outside the network, it's in line with the network. It's just running through the normal network like everything else, right? So test access point tap. This is an inline device with ports for incoming and outgoing network cabling and outdoor and an inductor of optical splitter that physically copies a signal from the cabling to a monitor port. There are types for copper and fiber optical cabling. A physical layer hardware solution is not. I'm sorry. Let's stop the chat. I'm sorry. As a physical layer hardware solution, no logic decisions are made, so the monitor port receives every frame, corrupt or malformed or not, and the copying is unaffected by load. Span. I remember I did this one time. Um, this is this will fry a switch though, but I've done this before. Oh man, I remember this back in the days. Oh man, this means that the sensor is attached to a specifically configured mirror port on the switch, right? And we're trying to mirror the traffic. This is not completely reliable. It's not. Frame with errors will not be mirrored, and frames may be dropped under heavy load. Yeah. Fail open versus fail closed. A security, let's just, we don't need to read all. Actually, I want to read it actually. A security device could enter a failure state for a number of reasons. There could be a power or hardware fault, an unreconcilable policy violation, or configuration error. Hardware failure can be caused by power surges, overheating, and physical damage. Software failure can occur because of bugs, security vulnerabilities, and compatibility issues. Configuration issues can be caused by human errors such as inattention, fatigue, and lack of training. Finally, finally, devices or sites might be impacted by natural disasters such as floods, hurricanes, and earthquakes or gigantic explosions. When it fails, a device can be designed or configured to fail open or fail close. So what does it mean by failing open and close? Failing open means that the network or host access is preserved if possible. That means when it fails, I still have some way of still being able to get access to things, right? Uh, I still have a way to get access to things, but this means I could be open to an attack though, because maybe some of my things that were protecting me over the internet had failed, but I was still available. My stuff is still available to be used. But now I might need to be little more cautious about that. The websites I may go to, because maybe my different security practices like a web filter in place to block certain malicious websites may not be available at the moment. So if I were to go to a malicious website while it was my firewall was down, I might not have the same protections as I once had before, right? So um, it's a cool thing to have, but it could leave you vulnerable to some stuff, right? Now, fail close means access is blocked and the system enters the most secure state available, given whatever failure occurred. It means if something goes down, if the firewall goes down, right? It's like okay, blocked. You're not using any of this stuff. I'm not gonna let you compromise us by accident, right? So, um, it kills the risk of you going to something that you shouldn't have been going to when that you would have normally gone to and been protected while using. Well, now if you went to it at this point, you probably wouldn't have the same protections. So this fail close means I'm not gonna give you any access at all to cause any issues. And now we're in section 3.3. Apply strategies to protect data. Privacy and data sensitivity controls are essential in safeguarding sensitive information and protecting individual privacy rights. Privacy refers to the right of individuals to control the collection, use, and disclosure of their personal information. It involves respecting boundaries and ensuring that personal data is handled securely and in accordance with applicable laws and regulations. Data sensitivity, on the other hand, it's funny, relates to the classification and categorization of data based on its level of sensitivity, confidentiality, or potential impact if compromised. This classification helps determine the appropriate security measures as controls and safeguards apply to different data types. Data types. And I think we're going to take a break here. Do I want to go until we only have 10 sections left for 3? Just so the next one is strictly a 10 sectioner. How many sections would I need to do? It's 5, 7. I gotta do 2 of these sections. So I'll do 2 of these then. We'll actually do 3.1 and 3.2. So there's only 10 sections left for 3. Okay, so regulated data refers to specific categories of information subject to legal or regulatory requirements regarding their handling, storage, and protection. Regulated data includes sensitive or personal identifiable information (PII) protected by laws and regulations to ensure privacy, security, and appropriate use. So this would be like hospitals, card scanners, right? This is a kind of regulated data. This needs to be secured by specific protocols, specific procedures, and it needs to go out of a specific port, right? Now, trade secrets. Trade secrets data refers to valuable confidential information that gives a business a competitive advantage. This is why you don't put your trade secrets or your business plans on a public-facing server, right? You put it on an interior-facing server only if you're going to have that information stored anywhere, right? Um, because if that information gets out, you might be in some deep waters. Not gonna lie. Now, legal and financial data. Legal and financial data encompass critical data for legal compliance, financial reporting, and decision making and risk management. Legal data includes documents, contracts, legal agreements, court records, litigation information, intellectual property filings, regulatory filings, and other legal documents. It may also encompass information related to corporate governance, compliance with laws and regulations, and legal obligations specific to an industry or jurisdiction. On the other hand, financial data pertains to information concerning an an organization's financial activities, performance, and transactions, including financial statements, balance sheets, income statements, cash flow statements, audit reports, tax records, financial projects, budgets, and other financial reports. Financial data also encompasses details of financial transactions such as accounts payable, accounts receivable, general ledger entries, and transactional records. Um, Legal and financial data are highly sensitive and confidential due to their nature and potential impact they can have on an organization's reputation, legal standing, and financial stability. Um, so this is if a company ends up leaking your stuff, this is the this is typically what happens. This is typically when your core information is all up in their stuff, or all of their bill sheets and all their information about how they're doing their transactions and their relationships with others. Um, People really don't want this information to get leaked. This is why this should not be on anything public facing. Human readable and non human readable data. Human readable data refers to information that humans can easily understand and interpret without additional processing or translation. Human readable data describes a format that is accessible and readable, such as text, images, multimedia content. Now let's get into non-human readable data. First, data that is not easily understood by or interpreted by humans in its raw form. It may be machine readable format, such as binary code, encrypted data, or data represented in a complex structure or encoding that requires specialized software or algorithms to decipher and interpret. Non-human readable data often requires additional processing or transformation to make it understandable to humans. Now you probably can see how this is. I really just went over. I didn't really go over anything. I mean, yeah, I guess. I didn't really go over anything in this section. There was really nothing separated, and there was nothing really pointed out for why this was separate information. But you should be able to tell how. So we'll go over it really quickly. So regulated data. This would be a PI, right? This is regulated. This needs to be regulated specifically. This is information that can identify personnel, identify you or a customer's card information, right? Trade secrets. That would be obviously how you are staying afloat as a business, right? So somebody would want to know if you were very successful, they would want to know your trade secrets so they can be just like you or be better than you, right? So you don't want that information to get leaked out on the internet. So that should not be public facing as well. Legal and financial data. None of this stuff should be public facing data. Um, at all whatsoever, to be completely honest. But legal and financial data, that's your documentation about you, right? How you work and move as a company. That's your legal data, right? Financial data. That's how financially stable as a company you are, right? So if it goes out that your company has been underwater for years, nobody's going to believe you or have trust for you anymore, right? So you also don't want that information to get out, right? You want to be able to, if you were under for a while, you want to be able to rise back up without anybody knowing. So you don't want that information to get out. And now human readable and non-human readable. So this human readable goes into Information is easily be able to read like this, right? These are all of these sentences in front of you. That's human readable information. A regular verbose written sentence is human readable information. Non-human readable information is ones and zeros, coding, binary code, things like that. You don't just know that by just looking at it. You can't just read the sentence and know what it means, right? So if you never coded before, if I show you some code, you wouldn't know what I was talking about, right? I would have to explain it to you. There would have to be extra things that you would have to do to understand this thing, and that's all this breaking down to. So let's get into the next one. Data classifications. All right, data classifications is schemes and tags, right? It's how we tag our information. We got to tag it in some way. So public unclassified. So this is stuff you can find on the internet easily. This is when the government unclassifies documents after they have forged it and changed it completely and made it so that you cannot it's unusable for your brains. Uh, but this has no risk. It's the reason why it's they consider it unclassified, and they see it posing no risk to them. Even if you got really good at it, they've already done something to prevent you from being too good at using it, right? Confidential. Now this is sensitive information, right? Only a certain level of people should be able to have this. It's not super high level stuff, but we still don't want everybody to know about it, right? And then we get into secret. So a secret level is higher than the confidential, right? A secret is, oh, you don't want to tell somebody a secret, right? Obviously. And now top secret. A top secret is I don't nobody can know. Nobody can know except the people who need to know. Now, somebody could find out some confidential information and it would be all right. You know, it'd be all right. It's not really a big deal. It's not the craziest thing in the world. Now, you don't really want somebody finding out some secret information they shouldn't be knowing, right? Because it's a secret. I'm only telling you because you have the need to know. Now, top secret is obviously no one should be knowing except the people who need to know. All right. Just don't want to make this take longer than I got it to because it's not deeper than what it clearly right is in front of your face. Um, yeah, I'm seeing that we're probably gonna fly through the rest of chapter three after we take our break. I do need to take my break though. I'm not gonna lie. You gotta take your breaks, or I might not remember everything. But proprietary information or intellectual property, right? So this is this is like a Cisco switch. It's a proprietary, come from Cisco. It's their stuff, right? It's their property. It's really this is their brand property. You're buying their brand when you buy a Cisco switch. You buy Cisco. You technically buying the brand, right? Um, or if you're buying something from CompTIA, right? You're buying the brand. It's proprietary. Private personal data, PII. That is things that can associate you as a person to something, right? Now, if I know your birthday, I might can find and locate what maybe possibly what hospital. But if I knew your full name, then I have a better chance of finding out what hospital you were born in. Now, if I knew the name and where you currently live at, now I have a better opportunity of being able to pinpoint where you were born based on your name, your birthday, and where you currently live. Now, if I have the information on where you've traveled to, right, and your financial records, right, where you spend your money at, now I know where you go to on your in your day to day life. You see why you don't want somebody to know this information, right? All right. Now, sensitive is clearly you it's usually personal information. It's sensitive, right? It's like a it's like almost a secret, right? You might if you told somebody and they reacted to you in a certain way, you might be sensitive about it. That's how you want to think about it, right? Now, if the information got out, you could feel a kind of way about it. You'd be sensitive about it. That's how you want to think about it. If somebody found this information, you'd feel some type of way about it. Sensitive information, right? And now restricted, you really feel some type of way if somebody found this out. This is I told you this secret. This goes back to this. I told you this secret. You feel me? I told you this secret, and only you. Nobody should have found out. Now I'm really gonna feel some type of way if you tell somebody. We just want to keep this as human as possible. All right. And now this is where we take the break. All right. 333. All right, I think we're gonna take a Call of Duty break. It's I'm gonna use a different screen. Oof, my hand hurts. We're gonna take a little Call of Duty break. Let me log in real quick, chat. What's everybody up to? Take about a 30-minute breather. A little 30-minute breather chat. A little 30-minute breather chat. Oh my gosh, that's annoying. Give me 1 second. I need to close this. Let me annoying if I beat you up. And what if I beat you up? You'd be upset, huh? Because you've been annoying? Close. What if I beat you up because you're being annoying? You'd be upset, huh? I'm pretty sure I told you to close, didn't I? Let's go ahead and get that task manager out since you don't want to listen to nobody, huh? I go ahead and get you shut down real quick, all right? That's what I thought. Go get you shut down real quick, all right? That's what I thought. Stop playing with me, all right? I ain't nobody be playing with. You understand me? I ain't playing now. So let's go ahead and exit that out because the game not even running. Stop your noise, computer, because you ain't even running the game yet, buddy. All right. Now run that game where it's supposed to be ran. Now you understand me? Or I'm gonna get up on your head top. Don't make me get on your head now. I will get on your head. I will get on your head top, boy. Clean and organized. Kiss my black booty. Kiss my black booty. Okay, we at 59. We back at 60 frames per second. We like to see it. Sorry, chat. Trying to adjust the screen. Boom. Bow chicka wow wow. Bow chicka wow wow chicka wow wow. Bow chicka wow wow chicka wow wow. Bow chicka wow wow chicka wow wow. Y'all don't need to hear the game. You don't need to hear the game, just me. You don't need to hear the game, just me. You don't need to hear the game, just me. Your favorite. Just me, your favorite. Your favorite. Oh. This is probably the most annoying thing ever. Your favorite. Let me close my screen out. Why this stupid game? Does this thing that does every time you play it, which is restart itself for absolutely zero reason. I'm gonna go ahead and put some music on. You feel me? Boy, get out my face. Not stopping until I pull the rarest Darkrai Pokemon card ever. He must got the Chaos Rising. Oh, I can't wait to get some of that new Pokemon set. I still need to get some more Ascended Heroes, but I'm excited to open the new set Chaos Rising whenever I see it in the store. Yeah. Don't look back. Don't look back. What do you say? Don't look. Don't look. Don't look back. Don't look. Don't look. Don't look. Don't look. Don't look back. Don't look. Don't look. Don't look back. Don't look back. Uh. Don't look back. Don't look. Uh. Don't look. Don't look back. Don't look back. Don't look. Uh, don't look. Don't look. Don't look. Yeah. Don't look. Let me put this in streamer mode real quick. I need to put this hope in streamer mode. Put this in streamer mode. Put this in streamer mode. Put this. Put this in streamer mode. I'm gonna put this in streamer mode. Put this in streamer mode. Oh my god, I'm in streamer mode. Mm, mm, so y'all don't see too much of my personal business. Oh my gosh, I'm just getting it. Oh, let's be I'm just killing it. Yeah, yeah. I don't care. Yeah. Ooh, ooh. Mm, 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 mm. You gotta hold it down now. It's interesting. Interesting. You so cool, Chris. You're so cool, limitless. You're so cool, limitless. So cool, limitless. You're so cool, limitless. Yeah. You're so yeah. Get some casual researchers in. Yeah. What's the new Bob? The latest. Hey, I'm sorry, YouTube. Y'all can't hear the music with me, man. So I gotta listen on my phone. Mm. Oh, I don't want to play on Rebirth Island. I want to play Haven's Hollow. Leave lobby. 8 minutes? Nah, I'm not waiting 8 minutes. I'm not waiting 8 minutes for this thing to rotate. That's not happening. Oh yeah. Ah. Oh. Mm. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Ooh. My baby, it don't matter if you're black or white. Hey, kill 'em with love, baby. Oh, ah, ah. You're right. Ooh, ooh, ooh. It, be my baby. It don't matter if you're black or white. Woo. Bro, trying to take me out. Yeah. Hey. Color. I'm not gonna spend my life being a color. I'm more than a color. You will not categorize me as a color of something. I'm a person, brother. Mm. My baby, it don't matter if you're black or white. Shh. Don't lag, baby. It's okay. Don't lag, baby. It's all good. Yeah. Nah, I'd rather have this one. I need an SMG, brother. Oh, oh, there we go. Oh, he got the gold. Oh, I'm gonna punch in your face, teammate. Let me say, hey, Miss Carter. Hey, okay, B. Okay. Uh. Let's throw a little clutch strike on these boys. What? Oh. They think they safe? Who just shot me? That was my own clutch strike. Why did that hit the building? It should not have hit the building. I literally put it in the middle of the field. Come on now, don't play with me now. Wait. Looking back. Just tell me how I was looking back. Wait. Tell me how I was looking back. I stay slower. Mm. You thought you were gonna catch me when I wasn't looking? On his mouth like liquor. Say all on his mouth like liquor. Like liquor. Like liquor. Like liquor. All on his mouth like liquor. Crazy bars, I ain't gonna lie. I don't think a grown man should be singing this song, I ain't gonna lie. But it is what it is. Like liquor. I'll be back, teammate. I'm a paper getter. I'm here for the bag. Please. No way you just got to let this dude kill you. Shoot my teammate again, I'll beat you down. I'll beat the brakes off you, fool. You understand me? Oh. Give me that. Ooh, got some gold on you? Give me that. You sorry. Give me that. A little bit of gold on you now, and I still cooked you. Take off on me. I just want to be the guy you like. Um, take off. Ooh, on me. I just want to be the guy you like. The kind of guy you like. Hey, ah, ah, partition play. Partition. Ah, oh, oh. To this club, take off. Me, I just wanna be the guy you like, the kind of guy you like. Take off on me, just wanna be the guy you like, the kind of guy you like is right here. Uh, um, 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 Give me that money. Give me that money. I still need some bread. Mm, 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 mm. Ooh, what's this? Oh yeah. Me, just wanna be the guy you like, the kind of guy you like. Take off on me. Just wanna be the guy you like, the kind of guy you like is right here. Ah, ah. Did I just swap out my loadout by accident? Ah, must it on the beat, ho. Down. On the beat, bro. Droney, trying to Compton. All of they mamas. Options. I'm John Stockton. I'm gonna beat the God watching. Sometimes you gotta pop out and show niggas. I'm the one that get the with them, towing them. I hear you like I'm young. Still black one. Hey, love. Hand me downs. With his nose now. Certified lover boy, certified. What? Y'all all forgot this, huh? And it's probably A minor. Y'all got short attention spans. I see it now. Y'all got a short attention spans. Y'all forget this stuff. Nigga. Yeah, they are though. Most wanted. Navin. Apologizing. Neither. Ah! I, 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 69 got, hey, side, hey, hey. Where'd you go, boy? They not like us. They not like me. 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 I don't know what us is, nigga, because I don't know us. Woo! That's some slaves. On game. Mm. Oh, in your head. You a colonizer. Mm. He a fan. 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 He a freaky at. He a 69 god. He is 69 God. Hey, 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 run for your life. Hey, hey, freaky. He is 69 God. He is 69 God. Run for your life. Oh, V. What? Are you serious? For y'all some haters. Mind your business. What I get? Dang it! It was 1v1s. Leave. I hate that. Chris, you can do better than that. Limitless. Be limitless. Stop being something that's limited. Be limitless. Get it on your head. Get it in your own head, man. Stop being limited. Be limitless. Kill them Johns. Ah, I'm not listening to damn Madonna. Boom, 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 boom. Says walks. Devil trying to me down. Jesus walks with me, with me, with me, with me, with me. Restless. Necklace. Necklace. The West is. Don't touch my teammate. Sin. Stop shooting at my teammates. I don't tolerate that. Shoot at somebody else or you gonna die. Just walks me because it try to break me down. Jesus walks with me, with me, with me, with me now. Jesus walks. Jesus walks with me, with me, with me away. Try to break me down. Jesus walks with me, with me. Don't fail me now. But there is always something you can do to right your wrongs. Jesus doesn't judge you, brother. Jesus, so long. walks with me, with me, with me, with me, with me. Drug dealers. Yep. Jesus works for them. Jesus walks. Cause it shoot at my teammate again. I'll break your nose. I'll break your nose, fool. Mm-mm-mm. Don't fail me now. What I tell y'all? What did I tell you? Oh! Turn this song off. Don't be interrupting my. Don't be interrupting me with that sorry music. Don't be playing sorry music, interrupting my vibe now. If You Had My Love by Jennifer Lopez. Let's get into it, baby. And I'm finna go get this body back. They say get it back in mud. I'm finna get it back in mud, baby. Get my dang gun back. Love, I gave you all my trust. Would you come for me? Oh, would you? Yeah? How you? Who's shooting over here? What? What I tell y'all? What I tell you? You're done. I'm gonna turn you into shoe dust. I'm about to turn this fool into shoe dust. Ugh! There's two of you. Snipe this fool. Oh, you're trash. Oh, no, you're not. His teammate over there. I'm gonna land on him. Crack some melons. Loving now. Oh, let me get my Lodi first. I'm really finna go crack some melon now. Get some plates. Give me your plates and your money. Stop shooting at me, stupid. I might go kill these dudes across the street. Hell have no fury like Chris's. Somebody's dying. I hate it had to be you, buddy. Thought I know you're gonna run away. What? So I see you trying to disrespect me, huh? Let me get my freaking loadie back. Give me your plates. Oh my god! I need my loadie. It's okay. I'm not gonna let you piss me off. I ain't gonna let you piss me off. It's cool. It is what it is. Okay, you're pissing me off. Don't have stupid music. Put in some better music. You can piss me off. Stupid music playing in my ear. There we go. So Michael Jackson. There we go. That's what I want to hear. So Mike Jack. I want to hear whatever the mess the shuffle you kept playing in my ear. Do you remember when we fell in love? We were young and innocent. And yeah. Do you remember? Stop playing these random artists in my ear. All right. You piss me off. I don't want to hear them. I want to hear Mike Jack. That's it. I bet you remember. Mm-mm-mm. Do you remember? Mm-mm-mm. We fell in love. Remember the time. Stupid. Oh, Mm, you remember. Mm, mm, mm. You think I can see you? If you can see me, I can see you. All right. Oh my God, you guys are pissing me off. Stop targeting me. It's already the end of the game. That game pissed me off. I ain't gonna lie. It is what it is. That's what I'm doing a rebirth. I'm going to my trusty dusty J. Cole playlist. J. Cole playlist. It's how I get my vibe right sometimes when it's off. I'm going ahead and murder this. Voice gone and I'm going to sound a little ill. I'm putting both my headphones in. I don't want to hear nobody talking. I don't want to hear no other noise. Vietnam, nigga. Carolina blue kicks, pedal to the metal. Feeling like a puppet and the devil is your pedal. Headed to the ghetto, hold your head high. You could pick up on my raps, I ain't told you near lie. More a little dark, I'm like a tan line. Go look for a better nigga, girl, you can't find him. Blind little man with an old man mind. No time for a chicken who the whole mankind. Oh no, man, I'm an old landmine. I've been waiting to blow up, damn show. Time now I'm on and I'm Vietnam's finest. Carolina marijuana blazer. Only on occasion because my mind be racing. So my eyes be, got niggas gotta be. Whole style obviously copied, pasted. Line swag. Last, but when it's all said and done, I'ma be ahead of done. Medicine. I be hiding the Jettisons. They got hide in the Jeffersons. Benjamins. Cinnamon. Toss them out. Get Waffle House. Talk them out. Coughing now. Little man. You not even Lil Tan. Kill cancer, baby. I'm chemo. And I'm throwing like Marino, get a whole lot of and she ball like an eagle up, not up top, but down there. Hop on top, girl, I don't care. Before I reach mine, if you were, girl, I do it to the maximum. Nissan. And I hope you a believer. I'm quarterbacking, trying to get you open like receivers. Fall from an overall achiever. Chris is like the leader of the new niggas. I try to shoot for money with a few. If that. Addressing y'all niggas get lapped. I be back on this track, on this rap game. I came from out of nowhere. So I know how to repair. Cause this life ain't fair. Hope the knife ain't there. When your wife ain't there, hey, late at night. When my crib is straight ahead, Shawty gave me good, but so good. I'm picturing that body like a camera phone would. Running up in that V. That's his honor. Dog wanna never be a problem and I'm ghost. Ooh. Sorry, he was my armor plates, la 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 la. I grew up, tied my shoe up. I wish I knew her. Things change, rearrange, and so do I. I hate these grapple hooks. I can't hear myself think. It's too loud. So cold, I might a little bit, but I don't fall. One time for my mind and two for yours. Soothe your soul. Ah, try to hit him again. Try to hit him again. Sorry, teammate. It's probably a waste of a game. I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, that was a waste of a game. I ain't quitting on that kind of negative energy. I peep game. I ain't quitting with negative energy, so I'm gonna keep playing till it ain't there no more. So don't waste my time. Hit the blunt dope. I tell her hello. I don't care how nobody feel about it. I ain't quitting on negative. I ain't quitting with negative energy. I'll waste all day. Oh, I need blood on my hands. I ain't gonna lie, I got mud on my shoes. I ain't gonna lie, I got real, real big plans. I ain't gonna lie, I got a whole lot to prove. I ain't gonna lie, I got blood on my hands. I ain't gonna lie, I got mud on my shoes. I ain't gonna lie, I got real, real big plans. Got a whole lot to prove. I am not only in the man behind them hands. Exam. They got an eye on your mans. I pray to God at the jam. You got lucky. Your slow gun. Hit your right in your face, boy. Yeah, I got it. Rated from college. I'm trying to into a dollar. Holla. I'm a coward. You don't even call it. So under my stomach. This feeling is starving. The apartments. You gotten. Your locker. Cotton. Gotta just be in the process. Find it. God was smarter. That's that song. Wouldn't last long. Came when they went. They made an attempt. And blimp. In this long dedication on another level, niggas never seen it in their life. All your first downs like a touchdowns bring a price. Had a king on ice. Fun guy. When it's best of us, when it's best of us, when it's best of us. The every part of me, every arteries, every story I can recall, then I can fall. Hands, I ain't gonna lie, I got mud on my shoes. I ain't gonna lie, I got real, real big plans. Got a whole lot to prove. I ain't gonna lie, I got blood on my hands. I ain't gonna lie, I got mud on my shoes. I ain't gonna lie, I got real, real big plans. Whole lot to prove. Gonna lie. Lately I reflect on the times nigga was low. Another was off the flow. I'm stronger than ever before. I'm stronger than ever before. Just like I plan to be. They wanna see me fold, but ain't no thing to me. I was broke and I could be. Stark as a holding hope. It ain't no thing to me. My knees, I pray for better days. I'm better me. I got my head on straight. Up, and it's waiting on shining away. And I'm never gonna say nothing. Never gonna say nothing. Block your hate only blocks your blessings. Hate only blocks your blessings. I don't know if y'all knew that. Rule my apologies. I'm an archaeologist. You've been talking. Bold and baldum. What? Well, that's game, huh? Woo! And yo. Oh, what is going on? It's for the voiceless. It's for you. Like, why y'all playing with me, bro? Trying not to give me my kills. Legatus. Exaggeratus. Later. Incapacitator. Stop playing with me trying to act like I'm not getting these kills now. You did it 3 times in the last game now. These boys, I put like a whole clip in these boys now. Not a single missed bullet. Talking about I playing with me now. You're dead, buddy. Who is supposed to be shooting me? Where's my teammate behind me? It's killing my vibe. I ain't gonna lie, it's kind of killing my vibe. I was having fun. I was enjoying my day. So I started playing a stupid game. That's why I be deleting these hoes, boy. I'm telling you. That's why I be deleting these games. Ain't worth my time. Ain't not worth my mood. Game's not worth my mood, man. I'm not telling you. Ain't not worth my mood. It's your nigga, deep thinker. Oh my god! Run around humming and stay thumping. Only on the cage on this. It'll calm you down. Boy, look. Golly, boy. Spray and pray, huh? Them boat shoes. See you, dummy. Goes for my money. Bruh! Mind your business! And he ain't give a Jimmy and Zipper. Got him on Pluto. But a hose like Nuvo. What's up, mama? Okay. Yeah. What are you yelling at? This stupid game. I want a break. Hate him. You mind your business, I ain't minding mine. Someone to fold like feet fight foe. Who just shot me? These stupid niggas keep trying to third party me. It's pissing me off. I don't like that. I don't like the intro. One, 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 two, one, one, two, one. Close. I stare at my as they approach. He the coach, but I don't. Didn't I just switch guns? Die. 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 That you joke. Next. I'm so close. Cause in my mind I'm rich that I done wrote. This is supposed to happen. They gonna label me the GOAT. Up close. Hope. Gun smoke. Joke. Like Usain Bolt. Joke. Close. Oh, I was about to say. I was about to say. Come on, Brody. Pick up your freaking thing. He ain't got no bread on him, too. No money. Man, I could have won this. I arrived. 33 years and I'm grateful I survived. Get the money. I was young. I should have got that kill. Yeah, I don't know. They had three teammates left. I don't think I would have been able to 1v3 the whole team. Back on top, punching the clock. I got more habitat for humanity. Oh, vanity. Can be the cool off right in front of me. Died over a cross just like the start of Christianity. And probably kill somebody. Be better at killing people when they pop up in my face. Don't flinch. Still spot the scar on my arm for when he branded me. Mood off. I caught your contact. That was my fault. I should have won that game. I shouldn't have died. It is what it is. I can't rely on these other people. I gotta rely on me. I shouldn't have died right there. Can't be I'm up here. Seem like I plan to be damn. Johnny Bones. I wonder if it's John Jones for real. Bro, turn this stupid music. Like, how is this even in my playlist? Here we go. I'm about to take you higher. We about to set this on fire. Pour a little gas, spark up. I desire. I'm about to take you higher. We about to set this on fire. Pour a little gas, spark up your lighter. She might not be the one. What up, girl? Need a feeling. Do that nigga need a feeling? And I'm trying to make a killing. I be chilling on the broke. Down in Miami with a super whole team. All-star game. All-star name. The nice Jace. Rich wife training. Man, the head is amazing. Come here, I'm about to take you higher. We about to set this on fire. Pour a little gas, spark up your lighters. You might not be the one, but you the one that. How did he survive that? I put that right on his head top. Higher. Excuse me. You might not be the one. You know, I like my Sterny. Where's my... Oh, there it goes. Two and impossible. Still got it, though. You got a mean little walk with your model pose. You got your hair did. You got designer clothes. You still got it, though, baby. Girl, you on the road. Did you get brain? Did you make the honor roll? Don't worry about you. You ain't gotta. Come here, I'm about to take you higher. We about to set this on fire. Pour a little gas, spark. I'm not going all the way over there for no reason. But you wanted, I desire. Come here, run out, run out. Come on, two. It's only for $90. You gotta get out my face. Bounty. Spark up your lighters. You might not be. I ain't do nothing for $90. That you won't last. In a slow class. My co-star. Like Tyler Perry. I was plotting on you. You at, fool? Because I can get you ends. We continue in. Pour a little gas, spark up your lighters. You might not be the one, but you the one that I desire. I'm about to take you higher. We about to set this on fire. Where you at, buddy? He probably up there somewhere. I'm gonna go up top. You think you're gonna hide from me? Oh, yeah, we already got him. Then it's all right with me. then it's all right with me. And if it's all right with you, Sade. Stupid. Right with you. You got something? I knew I should have threw that freaking airstrike up the hill. I knew I should have threw that stupid airstrike up the hill. Two minus. Shh. I'm counting my bullets. I'm loading my clips. I'm writing down names. I'm making a list. I'm checking it twice and I'm getting them. Fake ones is lit. I'm back on my all of my what? It's my last game, no matter what. No matter what happens, it's my last game. I don't care what happened here. I don't care to prove anything. I'm done after this game. Submit all that noise. What you got on you? Nothing. I just poured something in my cup. I just want something I can feel. Promise I am never letting up. And you don't make you real. Foot is on their neck, I got them stuck. I'ma give them something they can feel. They ain't about to squat, don't give a. That's in the gas. Two generations, I'm LeBron. LeBron like once. With 21 Savage, I might have gone Jigga for lunch. Young nigga Kodak from Ville. God is for real. Side of a cell. We got a hill. Real. In the Ville, nigga. I just poured something in my cup. And feel. So I am never letting up. Don't make you real. Put his on they that guy got him stuck. I'm gonna give them something they can feel. Just happening here. Mm-hmm. I got a chopper. Mm, mm. I got a chopper. It's like opera. The bitch. Mm. I'm the poster child. Let's go. Thank you, teammate. Thank you, brother. Mm. It's two of us, man. I just got to put some pressure on them. I hope my teammate can finish. Did my job, baby. Oh, yes. On 2%. Don't hit me right now. Don't hit me right now. Don't hit me right now. No. Don't hit me right now. Don't hit me right now. Don't hit me right now. No. In on the Dobski. Don't hit me. Let me call you back. I'm doing something important. I got to play better at the end of the game, though. Yeah, for sure, because I want to get that kill at the end of the game. But hey, great game, teammate. Appreciate you, brother. Don't test mine. I get you in it, but I get by. I ain't saying nothing. You know that I'm in it. I ain't with nothing. You know that I'm in it. I got a chopper. It's like opera. All right, we done. We're done. No more Call of Duty. Probably ever again. Hope she don't play the kid. I'm playing phone. I'm still on 2%. Don't hit me right now. 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 Nope. Don't hit me right now. Don't hit me right now. Don't hit me right now. Don't hit me. I want to win those shootouts. I'm not gonna lie, but hey, please push. No more music. I'm still hungry. That wasn't satisfying enough for me, but I'm glad I got the win though. Now let's get back to the reads and the studying. All right, data sovereignty and geographical considerations. Data sovereignty refers to a jurisdiction preventing or restricting processing and storage from taking place on systems that do not physically reside within that jurisdiction. Data sovereignty may demand certain concessions on your part, such as using location-specific storage facilities in a cloud service. For example, GDPR protections are extended to any EU citizen while they are within EU or EEA, European Economic Area borders. Data subjects can consent to allow a transfer, but there must be a meaningful option for them to refuse consent. If the transfer destination jurisdiction does not provide adequate privacy regulations to a level comparable to GDPR, then contractual safeguards must be given to extend GDPR rights to the data subject. In the United States, the companies can self-certify that protections they offer are adequate under the Privacy Shield scheme. Data sovereignty. So what is this for? Refers to a jurisdiction preventing or restricting processing and storage from taking place on systems that do not physically reside within that jurisdiction. Data sovereignty may demand that certain concessions on your part, such as using location-specific storage facilities in a cloud service. Okay, this is right here. Refers to jurisdiction preventing or restricting processing and storage from taking place on systems that do not physically reside within that jurisdiction. There we go. Okay, gotcha. Geospecific. Geographical considerations. Storage locations, yes, might have to be selected carefully to avoid those kind of data sovereignty issues about where your data is and why, and if it's not local to the area, why is it going over to that area? Employees needing access from multiple geographical locations, cloud-based file database, and services can apply constraint-based access controls to validate users' geographical location before authorizing access, just to make sure you're supposed to be accessing that from your region. And then a little couple of other geographical guidelines that protect you from, people geo hopping from different locations and acting like they're from that location. 334 privacy data. Privacy data refers to personally identifiable or sensitive information associated with an individual's personal, financial, or we've read about this 18 times. I'm not reading about this again. Legal implications. Um, you do not want to be responsible for this. All right. Roles and responsibilities. Data control and data process are two distinct roles defined under data protection regulation, such as the General Data Protection Regulation. Although they both deal with personal data, these roles have important similarities and differences. The data controller and data processor are involved in handling personal data. Both roles are responsible for ensuring personal data protection and compliance with data protection laws and regulations. The data controller and data processor must adhere to data protection laws. They're required to process personal data lawfully, securely, and transparently. The primary distinction lies in their roles and responsibility. The data controller is the entity or organization that determines the purposes and means of processing personal data. They have overall control and responsibility for the processing of personal data. The data controller decides why and how personal data is processed. They exercise decision-making authority to define the purposes of data processing and to determine the categories of data to be processed. Data controllers have direct legal obligations and responsibilities under data protection laws. They are accountable for handling compliance, obtaining appropriate consent from data subjects, providing privacy notices, implementing data protection policies and procedures, and handling data subject requests. The data processor processes personal data on behalf of the data controller. They act under the authority and instructions of the data controller. Data processors do not have independent decision-making power over personal data. The personal data they process data solely as instructed by the data controller. Data processors have legal obligations to process personal data only for the purposes defined by the data controller. They must implement appropriate security measures, maintain the confidentiality and integrity of the data, and cooperate with the data controller to meet their legal obligations. Data processors are also required to keep records of their processing activities, and data processors include cloud service providers or payroll processing companies. Oh, my foot fell asleep again. All right. Trying to get to the information that actually matters. Okay, let's read this. The right to be forgotten is a fundamental principle outlined in the General Data Protection Regulation, GDPR, that grants data subjects the right to request the erasure or deletion of their personal data under certain circumstances. It empowers individuals to have their own personal information removed from online platforms, databases, or any other sources where their data is being processed and made publicly available. The right to be forgotten. The right to be forgotten serves as a mechanism for individuals to regain control over their personal information. It promotes privacy and data protection by enabling subjects to remove personal data when it is no longer necessary or lawful to retain it. It's really not going to go into everything in that paragraph there. It just tells you it is kind of hard to claim your data as yours, which is stupid because it's your stuff. It doesn't matter if you took a picture and put it on the internet. It's not the internet. The internet is not a real entity. It's not alive, so has no right to ownership. That's a person on the other end of the internet is trying to claim ownership to your stuff because the internet is not alive. You feel me? There's just scummy people. There's just scummy people in the world. That's all it is. That's all that comes down to. They're just scummy people in the world who think they own people. All right. Data inventories provide a comprehensive overview of of the types of data being handled, the purposes for processing, the legal basis, and the recipients of the data to ensure transparency and accountability as organizations can clearly understand and document their data processing activities in compliance with privacy laws. So, how they're handling it, how they're processing it, how they're keeping it, right? Inventory, right? Retention is another area impacted by privacy laws. Organizations must retain personal data only for as long as necessary to fulfill the intended purpose or as required by law. That means they can't keep your stuff forever. You want to know why they have to make laws like this though? Because these people are scummy. You want to know why I had to make laws like this? For scummy people who think they own other people and own other people's information. A data breach occurs when information is read, modified, or deleted without authorization. Obviously. All right. Reputation damage. Obviously. Identity theft, fines, and IP theft. IP theft, which means they don't have the rights over their stuff anymore. Sorry, I'm trying to get through this a little bit. Love rock through his forehead. HIPAA. You ever do IT, you're gonna learn about HIPAA, buddy. It's not just for the doctors, buddy. It's not just for the doctors, buddy. All right, let's read what this is. So we're going to talk about classifying data as at rest, in motion, and in use, right? And we're going to talk about why that's important. So data at rest, this means the data is in some sort of persistent storage media. Examples of this type, so it's being stored somewhere, right? It's not being actively used, but it's being stored somewhere. Um, but you typically, if you have that data stored somewhere, you need to, you know, encrypt it in some way. You can't just be leaving open text data, clear text data on anything, to be completely honest. Data in transit or data in motion. This is the state when the data has been transmitted over the network. Examples. Um, so data that's being sent through the network, right? And then data in use. This is the state where the data is present in volatile memory, so in RAM, right? Or in a CPU. So data in use is stuff that's like the data that's actually in use in your computer. So if you're opening up an application, right, on your computer, now that is application in use. It's data in use, right? Data in transit is your network traffic, right? And data at rest is stored traffic, stored data that's been stored somewhere. So these two would be the two that could possibly get you. So that you want to know, you want to understand, remember what these two are, right? You'll probably be fine with this one. You probably don't need to really. You can context exclude this one out, right? Data being at rest, but data in transit or data in use. Transit, you just want to always remember thing. If they mention transit, if they mention a transit, right, then that was funny. Then it's usually going through something, right? Um, so typically when they say transit, they're talking it's being referred to as a networking thing, right? Transit is typically a networking term, right? So that's a way to be able to context clue that out. But in data and use, use is typically a computer thing, right? Use is a computer thing, so it's typically about RAM and things of that nature. So, but data in use is data that's currently being used in your active RAM, right? Ooh, some cool words in here. So let's read these real quick. Oh, so geo restrictions obviously just means I am restricting you based on your geographic. So if you're in Texas, right, I'm restricting you based on you being in Texas, right? Or if you're in the United States and you're trying to watch a The Office on Netflix. Well, The Office and Netflix is not on in the United States. I don't know if it's still on the Netflix in general, but it's not on the Netflix in the United States, right? You'd have to be like in the UK or somewhere to watch The Office on um, Netflix. But see that's geofencing right there. That's an example of geofencing. So how UK has different shows on it than the shows we have over here in America, right? Now encryption. Um, encryption is another obvious term. Converts data into a coded format that can only be accessed or deciphered with an encryption key or password. Hashing. Hashing is a different form of encryption, but hashing involves converting data into a fixed length of strings of characters using a hashing algorithm. Masking, another version of encryption. Masking involves replacing sensitive data with fictional or partially concealed values while preserving the format and length of the original data. I'm trying to deceive you a bit. Tokenization. Tokenization replaces sensitive data with randomly generated token while securely storing the original data in a separate location. Tokens have no meaningful value, reducing the risk of unauthorized access or exposure of sensitive information. A common use case for data tokenization is in payment processing systems. When customers make a payment, their sensitive payment card information, such as credit card numbers, is replaced with a randomly generated token. So when you use your Apple Pay, and has a completely different number on the thing than your card, and when you pay for it, it doesn't match your bank card at all. Tokenization. Obfuscation involves modifying data to make it difficult to understand reverse engineer without altering functionality, just making it a little more hard on the hackers, right? Segmentation. This is VLANing. This is a switching thing. You can do it in multiple ways, but a way to really explain this is VLANs, right? VLANs is a segmentation of the network based on what is supposed to be on which set of IP blocks. So you got a IP block of 192 and then a dot one. Then we have that set up for computers. Then we got a dot two, and we can use that for cameras, right? And then we got a dot three, and that's for printers, right? That's segmenting the network so that these different devices aren't on the same block and they're not communicating with each other because they don't have no reason to be, right? So, and then permission restrictions. Uh, everybody does not need access to everything, and that's been clear over the years that everybody definitely doesn't need access to everything. They have no reason, they have no need to know, right? So you restrict access only to people who need to know the information. Data loss prevention. DOP, hold it down. Data loss prevention. To apply data guardianship policies and procedures, smaller organizations might classify and type data manually. Uh, we don't need to read that, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, let's go over the words they want us to know. So policy server to configure classification, confidentiality, and privacy rules and policies, log incidents, and compile reports. Endpoint agents to enforce policy on client computers. Endpoints is always talking about computers. Endpoints are computers, printers, and cameras. You know, even when they're not connected to the network, right? So, but we still have to have policies on them to protect them from, you know, doing stuff on their computers they're not supposed to be doing, right? Especially in a organization. And then network agents, they scan network. They said that's what it says. They scan the network, right? They're scanning around the edge of the network to make sure that no one is doing something sketchy around there trying to get into the network in some way. Data loss prevention. Let's go over the rest of these words, right? So remediation is the action that the DOP takes. DOP software takes data loss prevention software takes when it detects a policy violation. So what's the first one? Alert only. The copying is allowed, but the management system records an incident and may alert an administrator. So it might just send off a little alert, let you know what's happening, and then you see what's happening. Block. So the action for a violation immediately blocks the user, right? Quarantine. Um, the immediate reaction to it is to quarantine the device, the not use it and quarantine it, right? And then tombstone. Uh, Sorry, dogs are barking for whatever reason they're barking for. Okay, and tombstone is another form of a policy violation I've never quite seen it myself. I don't anybody no one never tombstones anything, but um, you're quarantining the same thing as the one above, but you have to have a specific way to get it unquarantined, right? I told y'all this lesson might be a little fast. It's not really anything in here. This is just a fluff section. Not gonna lie. Backups. So backups, you need backups in networks, man. They allow you to not fall victim to things like where is it? I just saw ransomware in here when I was skimming through it. Yep, there you go. For cyber attacks such as ransomware. So backups are essential for things like that because there's so many people trying to steal information and then try to make you pay for it to get it back, right? Or trying to do something, just doing just unnecessary stuff, um, right? And so the backups allow you to be like, I don't care, I don't care, bro. Goodbye. What you want to do is always is back up on a regular at a regular interval. You want to get your backups. You want to have as many repositories for your backup as possible in case one gets compromised and you can't use that backup. You don't want to have just one backup. Um, and then when you talk about on-site and off-site backups, so you have backups that stay. You have another backup repository on-site somewhere, and then you have a backup. Um, Maybe you have a cloud partnership with some organization, and they're backing up your information over there as well. So in case something were to happen in some way, um, you're able to get back online seamlessly and not have to pay back the creeps who think who want to do stuff like that. Not call them creeps, but like, come on, bro, let's mind your business. Stay out of other people's stuff, please. Um, and then recovery validation. So just having an approach to how you're going to back up your stuff, right? You gotta have an approach. You can't just well, it's here. You got it ready. It's gonna be good when it's time. You don't know that, you know. So you gotta have an actual approach, an actual plan to actually accomplish what you need to do. Now we're talking about snapshots. So snapshots are just um, what your system currently looks like, right? You have snapshots of what your system currently looks like, right? We don't need to read this. It's just different kinds of snapshots. Replication and journaling. Let's read what these are real quick. Replication and journaling are data protection methods that ensure data availability and integrity by maintaining multiple copies and tracking changes to data. Replication involves creating and maintaining exact copies of data on different storage systems or locations. Where is journaling? A practical example of replication is database mirroring. So you mirror your system onto a different one, right? Same, it's not really that crazy. Journaling is a bit beneficial for data recovery and system crashes. It enables the system to identify and undo any incomplete transactions that might have caused inconsistencies or replace transactions that occurred after the full system backup was completed. So it logs um, when you do your backups, right? is letting you know what's happening in the process. And you want to encrypt your backups. You want to encrypt your backups. You don't want to just have your backup just sitting there somewhere with all the company's information, clear text. You're it's a backup of all the stuff, so you got to still secure it just like everything else. Continuity of operations, COOP, refers to the process of ensuring that an organization can maintain or quickly resume its critical functions in the event of a disruption, disaster, or crisis. COOP concepts and strategies aim to minimize downtime, protect essential resources, and maintain business resilience. Key elements of a COOP plan include identifying critical business functions, establishing priorities, and determining the resources needed to support these functions. Strategies often involve creating redundancy for IT systems and data, such as implementing offsite backups, failover systems, and disaster recovery solutions. So, what is a COOP? A coup d'etat. I'm just joking. Continuity of operations. You keep the operations going, right? Backups are essential for coups. A continuity of operations. A backup is essential for continuing your operations normally, right? But you want to test your backups, verify they run properly. And relate continuing operations and business continuity. It's the same thing as what we just talked about. You want to test your backups, run these things. So when if it happens in your business, and you're out for a period of time, it doesn't negatively overly affect your business and the rate at which you're still able to conduct business, right? Um, you want to still be able to conduct business, right? And capacity planning is a critical process in which organizations assess their current and future resource requirements to ensure they can efficiently meet their business objectives. This process involves evaluating and forecasting necessary resources in terms of people, technology, and infrastructure to support anticipated growth, change in demand, and other factors that may impact operations. So we talked about this earlier. You want to have a 10-year plan, right? Especially for a gigantic organization, you want to have at least a 100-year plan, actually. Um, for organizations should have a 100-year plan um, of how you expect everything to go. And that doesn't mean it's going to go to plan, but when you have an idea of what your end goal is, you're able to, just like we said before, you're able to move forward through the annoying things that may happen along the way, right? So as long as you have the idea of your plan, right, those annoying things don't have as much effect as what they want to do. Because annoying things are annoying because they want to be annoying. So, because everything has some sort of wheel in some way. Don't let them fool you. All right. Cross training. People at risk associated with the capacity planning. Talking about skill gaps and not having, you know, the proper training for your people at your location, your place of work. You got to train everybody properly. You feel me? You got to train everybody properly. You feel me? Everybody got to be trained properly. You feel me? Yeah. Remote work plans. All right. Just how you this is going over how you want to designate how remote workers interact with your environment and how you keep these their equipment up to date, right? So that you can stay safe and then establish good. This is why you want to establish these same things, though. You want to have these plans in case things happen, right? Especially if you were a giant corporation or if you have the plan for creating one. This should be just a part of your imagination in general, right? Alternative reporting structures. Describe backup or temporary reporting relationships to reduce the risk associated with single points of failure in management or decision making, right? So just having multiple SMEs, subject matter experts. You don't want just one person to be your smartest dude in the organization because what if that person leaves? You feel me? You don't want just one smart guy. You want everybody to be as smart as smart. You feel me? It's cool to have the one smart guy, but what if he leaves? What if she leaves? Okay, VPN. So these are technologies you use on your computer. So VPN, they allow you to access your organization's internal network and resources. Remote desktop allows you to create a virtual desktop on top of your computer, just so you can operate and access some of the internals to the company, right? Cloud-based tools, 365, Workspace, Dropbox, Slack. These tools allow you to be able to store information, right? Video conferencing software. This is how you interact with the team and your corporation. Instant messaging, another way to interact with your team, your corporation, right? Virtual phone systems. We have virtual phones sometimes on your desktop, the way you're able to. This or the instant messaging is typically what you have on your computer, depending on what kind of organization you work at. Project management tools, and those just help you. These are in place um, to allow the users to be able to properly complete their work and manage and keep it at a proper timeline to get things completed, right? And it just talks about a little more. We talked about this earlier. Don't over deploy resources. You feel me? Don't overcomplicate it. You build. You get what you need for your stuff. Everybody want to be like everybody else and buy everything everybody else buying. You get what you need for you. You know, you get what you need for you. You don't buy what everybody else is buying just because they're buying it. I have no use for things that I would never use just because somebody else has it. You know, it's like that. This is social media brain. You know, social media brain makes you want to have something that somebody else has, but you don't know that you actually want that or not. Call that social media brain. All right. And now we're about to finish up this third chapter. That was pretty fast. I'm not gonna lie. So we're probably gonna go to about 416 or 415, just because we finished this so fast. It just was. I knew it was nothing in here. I absolutely knew it was nothing but fluff in here. I absolutely knew it was. I told you this before we took our break. That's why I was able to play Call of Duty for as long as I was, because I knew there was nothing in here. And I was gonna fly right through this because there's nothing in here. All right, tabletop exercises. These are things that you should honestly know by common sense. In my head, I feel like these are all common sense things. And the words that they use are the only thing that's not common sense. Whatever verbiage, whatever company decides to use is the only thing that's not common sense. But this is all common sense. If you're going to be creating a business and running a network or trying to create anything, right? So figure out what you actually want to do first. Come up with a plan. Have an idea for yourself of what you want to do. Okay. So you want to run failover tests, right? You want to make sure the failover for your equipment works properly. You want to have tabletop exercises to where everybody is involved and everybody's learning and everybody's in is I said involved, but also participating, right? Simulations, right? You want to have controlled environments like small, little non-touching cloud local environments that you can test these different things as you buy them and on a test network. Every corporation should have some sort of way to test the things that are trying to buy, some sort of test network to be able to put these things in practice before they spend their money on them. And then parallel processing text. So you're able to um, you know, right here. Primary and backup systems simultaneously to validate the functionality and performance of those things, right? You want to be able to, you have to run these tests, right? This should just have just been the failover test. There is no need for the same thing to be talked about with a different verb, with a different word. Okay, I'm not going to do test compromise, so we're going to skip that. And let's see if there's actually any real information in here, or if this is a lot of fluff itself, because we might get through it faster than we thought it was if this is just fluff. I'm not gonna lie. Excuse me, pardon me, because there are a lot of chapters in here, boy. There are over 60 chapters in here. So this fluff, I ain't spending. I'm telling y'all right now, I'm not finna sit here for hours. reading through a bunch of fluff. All right. So let's figure out what we're going to be reading about, learning about really quickly in this section, Domain 4.0, Security Operations. Effectively securing computing resources involving applying common security techniques such as access controls, encryptions, and patch management in response to specific scenarios. Proper management of hardware, software, and data access is essential as it reduces risk associated with outdated systems and unauthorized access. This is going to be fluff. Vulnerability management activities like regular scanning, assessment, and remediation help identify and address potential weaknesses in systems. Security alerting and monitoring tools play a key role, providing real-time insights, enabling rapid response to suspicious activity. Enhancing enterprise security often involves adaptive capabilities, improving identity and access management, and leveraging automation and orchestration to streamline security operations, appropriate incident response activities, and the use of reliable data sources support thorough investigations and effective recovery from security incidents. Applying security techniques to computing resources. Device hardening describes the practice of changing configurations to secure systems from threats. Right, so we're going to talk about securing our systems a lot better. Benchmarks and secure configuration guides. Come on, bro. This is fluff. Talking about a whole bunch of stuff that don't matter in here. Come on, bro. Okay, so a secure baseline is a collection of standard configurations and settings for network devices, software patching and updates, asset controls, logging, monitoring, password policies, encryption, endpoint protection, and many others. Secure baselines improve for information technology security, manageability, and operational efficiency by establishing consistent and centralized rules and procedures regarding configuring and securing the environment. The Center for Internet Security (CIS) benchmarks are an important resource for securing configuration best practices. CIS is recognized globally for publishing and maintaining best practice guides for securing IT systems and data. CIS benchmarks cover multiple domains such as networks, operating systems, and applications, and are updated continuously in response to evolving risk. For example, there are benchmarks for compliance with IT frameworks and compliance programs, such as PCI DSS, NIST 853, SOX, ISO 2700, and there are also product focused benchmarks such as for Windows Desktop, Windows Server, Mac OS, Linux, Cisco, web browsers, web servers, database, and email servers, and VMware EXXI. Um, we talk about STIGs. I used to be the STIG guy back in the day, so I know the STIGs, baby. I used to be the STIG guy, right? Secure technical implementing guides, right? You have to go through and read through the guides. This is typically something you do in the military, and go through and STIG the entire network. Make sure everything is compliant. All the devices are compliant. That's what this is going to go over. It's going to be staking your network, hardens it, and keeps it secure. What you want to do with switches and routers, you want to change the default credentials. You want to disable unnecessary services and interfaces. Like I said earlier, you want to turn off ports that aren't being used, or you want to turn off services that aren't being used, because those are different ports. So ports can be two different things. So ports as in a virtual port, as in port 80, or ports as in a physical port, as in a physical port that you plug a cable in on the switch. Either one of those you have to turn off in a switch or a router. Um, Use secure management protocols such as SSH, HTTPS, and don't use port 80 HTTP. Implement access control lists, ACLs. So ACLs are how you restrict network activity, right? So routing between different locations. You say these computers cannot route here into the printers, right? And these printers can't route here into the computers, right? That's ACLs. Enable logging and monitoring, right? So monitor and log in your environment. So you monitor, um, have a monitoring tool that gives you updates about the device, right? And then you have a logging tool that is usually a data like some sort of server of some sort. Sorry, chat. Ah! Sorry, had to scream a little bit. Had to get it out. Get it out. Yeah, this is gonna be fluff chat. I'm probably gonna get through this faster than I thought I was. This is fluff. All right, and this is not something I'm gonna be wasting my time on. Especially these first 22. Well, these first 15 is fluff. The ones after that we could probably learn something cool from. But for sure, these first 15 are fluff. Like stuff like this. Like this is not necessary for me to be reading. But logging, so it logs what's happening on your devices, right? If somebody is trying to log in, it logs that. Monitoring is typically for like networking. It's monitoring your network. If anything, if anybody's trying to intrude into your network, that's what monitoring is for. And logging is really just is logging like who's trying to access, like who's logging in to devices, or whatever. Honestly, whatever you decide to put in the log, right? Monitoring is better for that than logging is, because logging takes sometimes, if it's on the actual device, it takes up unnecessary resources. Configure port security. This is old. I'm not gonna lie, but this is based on MAC address. The amount of MAC addresses that can connect to a specific port. It's still used in some places, but um, this is something that was used back in the days. Strong password policies. Yep. 12 character passwords at the bare minimum. And then physically secure equipment, like keeping devices in a locked room to prevent unauthorized access. So, like when I told you about the IT closets, you need a key to those 99% of the time. Sometimes that 1% of the time, you at a facility they don't have no doors locked. You can walk into any room you want to, but 99% of the time those doors are locked with a key of some sort. You have to get a key from the custodian if the custodian has the keys, um, in order to access these rooms, right? And server and hardware is the same thing. Change default credentials, obviously. Disable unnecessary services, obviously. Apply software, keep it up to date. Don't give everybody privileges. Use a firewall, right? For a server. Servers need a firewall in place. Um, you need strong access controls, so strong passwords, and usually multi-factor authentication, and then the login and monitoring as well. And here, since the server is not a switch or a router, you have to have some sort of antivirus on it, and then in a server room in an IT closet somewhere. Facts. Wireless access point WAP placement, right? So this is important because uh, as we get into this next one, because there are bans on Wi-Fi, right? And you don't want the Wi-Fi, the APs to be too close to each other because it has overlap, and you may think you want it to overlap, but you really don't want APs to overlap because it causes service disruptions, um, and it's not as nice as you may think it would be in your head when you first think about this without actually ever truthfully doing it yourself, because that overlap causes interference and it could make that AP not function properly, right? So uh, you want to have your APs spread out properly so they're not overlapping over each other and causing interference and possibly knocking down each other, right? That comes in the site surveys and heat maps. Um, you run the site survey and the heat map to verify whether the signal is getting to where it's supposed to be. Is it extending to the area that it's supposed to be covering, right? And if it's not covering an area, then you possibly need to adjust the APs or redesign the layout so that you can have better coverage. Maybe you might need an additional AP, you might need to reorganize the layout of where the APs are so that you can cover all the areas properly, right? So a very essential thing to do. This is an image of a heat map, right? So typically this would be the green would be the covered area. These would be hot zones where there's some interference. You see these metal devices here. The elevator, hot zones for interference. It's going to block the signal when you get on the elevator most of the times. And you go through this metal door over here as you enter in the facility. These kind of block the area, right? And you don't really need to cover the entrance to the location, but you really want to cover where things are going to be used, right? So it's not really covering the break area. It's got a little yellow, but if you go out to the workout area in the center here, it's not covered at all, right? And signal is terrible here, right? And then you probably want to redesign here if you wanted your employees to be able to, you know, enjoy the Wi-Fi in the out outside the premises, because the signal is being blocked by whatever is outside. wireless encryption. So this is going. We're going to go over the different standards here. WPA, the first version ever, buddy. Mm. Was designed to fix critical vulnerabilities in the earlier WEP standard, right? WP version 1 of WPA uses RC4 stream cipher, but as a mechanism called temporary key integrity, TKIP, to make it stronger. Yep. This means that the keys swap out, right? Um, I'm more than a conquer. All right. Wi-Fi protected set of WS. So this is usually typically a button that allows you to quick connect to devices. Yeah, it is definitely a vulnerability. We don't typically use that. Yep, there we go. I was looking for this right here. The easy connect method. Oh, I want to read about the WPA2 vulnerability really quickly. Is it in here? Did they write about it? They're not even talking about WPA3 in here. This is titled WPA3, but all right, there we go. Simultaneous authentication of equals SIE replaces the pre-shared key PS key exchange protocol in WPA2. All right, that was a weakness in the protocol. Um, Ensuring that an attacker cannot insert the Wi-Fi password even when capturing data from a successful login. So when they were if somebody was monitoring the network, right, and they saw you log in properly, one of the weaknesses in WPA2 was they were able to get the password after they saw you log in properly, right? That's no longer a thing in the WPA3. Enhanced open encrypts traffic between devices and the access point even without a password, which increases privacy and security on open networks. So even on open networks like guest networks, right? WPA3 increases the security, right, which keeps you safe using that network. Updated cryptographic protocols replaces AES CCM with the AES Gallows counter mode GCM mode of operation. And Wi-Fi Easy Connect. This replaced that the push thing before, right? You can scan. You can do it by scanning a QR code. Uh, and there's another way as well, but I'm just not talking about it here. But I guess next section. I've been doing Wi-Fi recently, so this is it's fun to be reading about. I'm not gonna lie. Exactly. I do not allow any attacks on my mind to affect my heart in any way. So kiss my black behind, you haters. In WPA3, the simultaneous authentication of equals SAE protocol replaces WPA2 pre-share key. Now, this is one of the big things here. We just talked about it here about what is being used for, but this is much more secure for creating the pairwise master key PMK. However, the four-way handshake is still used for key exchange after PMK is established. SA uses the Dragonfly handshake, which is based on the Diffie-Hellman over elliptic curves key agreement. Combined with a hash value derived from the password and device MAC address to authenticate the node. So this is something that's used on VPN tunnels, Diffie-Hellman groups. With SIA, there or should be no way for an attacker to sniff out the handshake to obtain the hash value and try to use an offline brute force dictionary attack to recover the password. Dragonfly also implements ephemeral session keys, providing forward secrecy. So, um, the difference between WPA2 and a WPA3 is the tunneling protocol that's being used. Safer one. AES is outdated. AES is outdated, especially AES with nothing behind it. All right. What AES? What 512, 256? Which one are you using? It's outdated and weak, especially by itself. Yeah. Typically, when you do 802.1x, this is something that's used on switching ports most of the time. Um, Protocol to verify identity when you're connecting is authenticates you, but it typically requires a radius server of some sort that holds the credentials of some sort it can be validated against. Um, I mean, I remember these back in the days. EAP, TLS, EAP, TTLS, Pete, 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 Pete. I got so many different ways of remembering this stuff, bro. Pete, 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 Pete. Oh man, I remember back in the days when I was first doing this stuff, bro. I was a new booty, new booty, new booty. Yeah, I was when I was a new booty back in the days. Um, and I was making these songs for the first time. I used to rap my study material. I used to rap it in songs and then tell myself stories about stuff. Oh man, it's bringing back good memories. I'm not gonna lie. Hey, yeah, 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 yeah. Oh my jaw. Mm, mm, Let's read about this radius real quick. I'm not sure if y'all know what a radius service is, so I'm gonna read about the radius server for you kids. The remote authentication dial-in user service radius standard is published as internet standard. There are several radius server and client products. The NAS device, network access service configured with the IP address of the radius server and with a shared secret. This allows the client to authenticate to the server. Remember that the client is the access device, switch, access point, or VPN gateway, not the user's PC or laptop. A generic radius authentication workflow proceeds as follows. The user device, the supplicant, makes a connection to the NAS appliance, such as an access point switch or remote access server. Radius is typically used for those switches. The NAS prompts the user for the authentication credential, and the radius is keeping log of your devices, not your laptops and stuff, but your like switches, your routers and stuff like that. Uh, Trying to keep this as simple as possible. Some of this, 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 1812. I remember that. Oh my gosh. Looking back at some of this stuff, you don't use this stuff like that. So it'd be like, oh my gosh. And when I see things like that, I'm like, oh my gosh. Remember that war in 1812? UDP port? I'm like, I can't say the rest of the lines. I can't say the rest of the lines. It's kind of crazy. Oh man. All right, all right, all right. Yeah. Okay. Where does cable in my hand come from? All right, I got randomly have a cable in my hand. I don't know where it just came from. I genuinely don't know how I got it in my hand. I just realized I was playing with it. That's funny. And this is going over the steps of how this radius server authenticates. AAA. Do I remember this? Authorization, authentication, and what's the last one? Accounting. Authentication, authorization, and accounting. That was the last one. Sorry to spit. To my GPOs, group policy. GP is a group policy. That's the best about. You really don't need to read this at all whatsoever. Keep your OS up to date and keep your group policy up to date. Don't use port 80. Don't use port 80. Update your OS. Update your group policy. That's super funny. That's so funny. Segmentation, right? We talked about this VLANing earlier. As we in the switching environment, is about keeping the network separate from different devices that do not need to compete with each other. So VLANing is a segmentation that's typically used on the switches. That's how they separate the network and the devices and what it can communicate with what and to who, right? Then we get to isolation. Sometimes you have to isolate a device. It restricts traffic from any of the other devices because you don't want it talking to something. So that could be used for a server or um, or it could be used when you're trying to like get rid of some bad stuff that got into your network, right? You want to isolate that device. If a device has been corrupted to some sort, you isolate the device, completely remove it from the rest of the network so the virus can't propagate through the rest of your environment. I remember, man, full disk encryption. What is my honey bun doing? 1 second, chat. Throwing something away. Okay. Full disk encryption, FDE, full disk encryption. You thought it was a Full Metal Alchemist. Oh, no, no. It didn't say that. Did you think? That's not what it said, though. So let's go over some of these. So I get the chills a lot, chat. So don't even pay that on mind. I get the chills considerable. Okay, trying to find out. I'm trying to see if this is. It's just not. It's not important stuff. I don't know. I don't want to waste y'all time. Same way, some reason I don't want to waste my own time. I don't want to waste y'all time either. So I'm trying to get through. I'm trying to not read as much of the fluff stuff because we've already been here for 6 hours and 2 minutes. So okay, let's go over what this is really quickly. I like to read the definitions of all of these, just in case you don't know what they mean. Um, Endpoint detection and response (EDR) product aims to provide real-time and historical visibility into the compromise containing the malware within a single host and facilitate remediation to the host to its original state. So what is it trying to do? It's trying to let you know what's happening. It's trying to let you know um, when it happened and when the compromise happened, and then it's trying to help you remediate whatever happened and bring it back to where it was before you had the issue, right? The term EDR was coined by Gartner security researcher Anton Chubakin, and Gartner produces annual Magic Quadrant reports for both EPP. Excuse me. So what is ER? EDR. It is endpoint detection and response. EDR is endpoint detection and response. EDR focuses on protecting endpoint devices like computers, laptops, and mobile devices by collecting and analyzing data from endpoints to detect, investigate, and respond to advanced threats that may bypass traditional security measures. EDR tools provide real-time monitoring and collection of endpoint data, allowing for fast response and investigation capabilities. EDR software is an important tool which detects and responds to advanced persistent threats and ransomware, and it provides valuable forensic insight after a breach. Extended detection and response (XDR) expands on EDR, providing broader visibility and response capabilities by extending protection beyond endpoints by incorporating data from the network, cloud platforms, email gateway, firewall, and other essential infrastructure components. Using a broader scope, XDR provides a comprehensive view of information technology resources to more effectively identify threats and enable faster responses. Host-based intrusion detection system (HIDS) and host-based intrusion prevention system (HIPS). You got them heads and them hips. Don't hide the hips. Describe software tools that monitor and protect individual hosts, like computers or servers, from unauthorized access and malicious activities. HIDS, host-based intrusion detection systems, and HIPS, host-based intrusion prevention systems, prevention and detection. That's what you want to do. Requires deploying and configuring specialized software agents that continuously monitor and analyze endpoints. HIPS and HIDS, detection and prevention, systems use signature-based. You want to remember it's the H stands for host, so you know what it's working on, and you want to remember what the D and the P stand for detection and prevention, right? So both systems collect and correlate data from various sources, such as system logs, network traffic, and user activities, to identify patterns and indicators of compromise or malicious behavior. Host-based intrusion detection systems focus on detection and alerting, providing notifications to systems administrators or security personnel where suspicious activities are detected. In contrast, host-based intrusion prevention systems detect and actively respond to threats by automatically blocking or mitigating them. Detection is used to detect. I'm trying to detect it, and prevention is used to prevent. I'm trying to prevent it, obviously, right? One of the features of HIDS detection is file integrity monitoring. So making sure the files are the integrity of the files didn't change, right? No one was able to get in and change the files, and if they did change the files, it would detect it and let you know, right? All right, so user behavior analytics, UBA, user and entity behavior analytics, UEBA. Sound like a basketball organization right here, boy. UBA, United Basketball Association. User behavior analytics, also known as user and entity behavior analytics, UEBA. United European Basketball Association, someone over there in Europe, right? Is a cybersecurity approach based on monitoring and analyzing the behavior of users within an organization to detect anomalies indicative of potential indicative 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 of potential threats, such as insider threats, compromised accounts, or fraud. User behavior analytics leverages machine learning, data science, and statistical analysis techniques to establish a baseline profile for organizations, users, and entities, including how, when, and where they access the network, what resources they use, and other behavior patterns. Once baseline profiles have been established, the UBA system, user behavior analytics system, continuously monitors and compares new behavior against the established baseline, alerting security personnel to unusual or suspicious activities. For example, user behavior analytics would alert about a user who regularly downloads small sets of files during standard business hours, but suddenly starts downloading large volumes of data late at night. Another example may include a user who typically logs in from a specific domestic location, but suddenly starts logging in from a foreign country. These activities could indicate a potential data breach or account compromise and trigger a user behavior analytics system alert. Some commercial user and entity behavioral analytics products available at the time of writing include Splunk, IBM, Rapid7, and ForcePoint. Splunk. Okay. I think I'm gonna go to 4110 and then we're gonna take our next break. Yeah, we'll go to 4110, we'll take our next break. We're going through 20 sections. When we get to 10, we'll be have done 20 sections. All right. Might as well get to 20, right? Might as well not stop at 18. Might as well get to 20. That's what I'm saying, baby. I was only gonna do 10, and I've doubled. I've doubled what I expected to do here. I'm not gonna lie. Gotta do better than what you expect. That's why I expect from myself, anyways. All right. Social engineering. So if endpoint security is breached, there are several classes of vectors to consider for mitigation. So social engineering. If the malware was executed by a user, use security, education, and awareness to reduce the risk of future attacks succeeding. So that is your CBTs that you have to take um, how about using your computer properly and using the network properly. Vulnerabilities. If the malware exploited a software fault, install a patch or isolate the system so the patch can be developed. So this goes into isolation or that goes into sending out new GPOs or updating whatever OS and getting the computers off whatever OS was vulnerable, right? So, lack of security controls. If the attack could have been prevented by endpoint protection, antivirus of some sort, or a data loss prevention or management detection, investigate the possibility of deploying them to the endpoint, right? Configuration drift. If the configuration change was made and it wasn't documented, right, and no one knew that something changed, then what you need to update is your configuration management process. And then weak configuration. If you are using outdated configuration, you haven't been sticking your network, right? Or using a default baseline configuration that came with the device, then you must consider updating the configuration you're using. Now, access control refers to regulating and managing the permissions granted to individual software systems and networks to access resources or information. Access controls ensure that only authorized entities can perform specific actions or access certain data, while unauthorized entities are denied access. Access control concepts apply to networks, physical access, data applications, and the cloud. So now we're going to talk about, we're only going to read one sentence for this. We're not going to read all 4, 5 paragraphs for something as simple as least privilege. All right, implementing the practice of the principle of least privilege is a cornerstone of improving endpoint protection and minimizing the risk of security issues. Okay, I didn't even need to read the first sentence. I ain't gonna lie. Least privilege means you don't get permission to do things you should not have any reason to be doing in the first place. You should not be giving people access to things they don't need access to. Give bare minimum privileges to everyone. Nobody needs privileges, and no one needs an escalation of privileges unless they have an actual real reason for escalating their privileges. And that can be done by requesting it. And then explaining to me why you need to update that for. Okay, ACLs, computer system and networks, right? This keeps you from being this keeps crosstalk. This stops crosstalk. Stops crosstalk, right? You want to do ACLs on your switches and your routers, right? Stops the crosstalk. File system permissions, right? So you don't allow everybody to have full permissions to edit all documents. You understand? Read, write, and execute. Everybody shouldn't have write access. You feel me? Most people should only have read, you know? Now, allow and block lists. This is something that's typically on a firewall of some sort or a control policy, I guess. But there's an allow list, clearly, and then there's a block list. Um, some types of devices have an automatically allow or an explicit deny statement. Explicit allow or explicit deny statement at the very end of the policy. So whatever you didn't, if it was an explicit deny statement at the very end, whatever you don't explicitly say in the configuration that is allowed to go through, anything else that's not there is going to get blocked, right? But if it's an explicit allow at the very bottom, then um, you block all the stuff you don't want, and then everything else is allowed through. All right. This depends on what kind of device you're using and what their approach was to um, the device you paid for, right? Monitoring. Monitoring is, oh my goodness, is super important. You need to be monitoring your devices, monitoring your network, and having an actual usable monitoring system that collects real-time data and real usable data. You know, configuration enforcement, standardization. You want to have a standard baseline config. It could be adjusted if need be, but it has to be a standard baseline config. Everywhere I've ever been to has a standard baseline config, and you adjust as need to, right? Automation, automated configuration management tools, some sort of way to automate things, right? Continuous monitoring and compliance checks, right? So a way, something that's monitoring all the time. A monitoring system should be 24 hours, right? And then someone to verify the work that's being done if you're in compliance, right? So if that, whether that be having a supervisor go out to you in the field, if you were doing some field work or some sort, or having a whole section of team, a whole secondary section for a team that checks all the work that that the engineers do. So it goes through a process of being verified by another team, right? So it's not just the engineer's word for that I did this. There's a whole process for making sure they actually did what they were supposed to do. And then change management is ensuring that you have a way to do proper changes, right? You have to have a step-by-step process for doing changes because if you don't, then you're just doing stuff willy-nilly, and that is never a good idea. Group policy. Group policy. These are for endpoints, usually in like computers and things like that. But the group policy keeps sit down to keep the end users protected, right? It keeps them in a certain level of access and a certain level of protection and a certain level of things they're allowed to do on the computer, right? Let's read about this. SE Linux is a security feature of the Linux kernel that supports asset control security policies, including mandatory access controls, MAC. Interesting. SE Linux allows more granular permission control over every process and system object within an operating system, strictly limiting the resources a process can access and what operations it can perform. So SE Linux was a way for them to be able to lock down the Linux shell a little better. Now we talked about this earlier, protecting ports, so we don't need to do this again. But going up protecting ports is either logical ports or physical ports. You block the ports you don't need, or you shut down the physical ports that should not be open. Encryption techniques. We went over full disk encryption. So we'll read this here, right? I like when they have this. Always read these. So full disk encryption (FDE) encrypts the entire hard drive of a device. It ensures that all data, including the operating system and user files, are protected even when the operating system is not running. Tools like BitLocker for Windows or FileVault for macOS provide full disk encryption. Removable media encryption ensures that data remains protected even when physically removed from devices such as SD cards, USB mass storage devices, and many FEA tools also include options for encrypting removable media. VPNs, virtual private networks, complement endpoint encryption by providing a secure tunnel for data transmission that protects against eavesdropping, on path, and many other attacks. What's up, mama? All right, chat. Our next break is gonna be about an hour and a half. So I'm gonna end stream and we're gonna come back. But we got about 50 sections left in chapter 4. But we're making our way downtown, walking fast. And I'm home now. And I need you. And I miss you. And now I wonder if I could right through the sky. You see, I won't pass me. I don't know the words. You know, I walk 1,000 miles if I could just see you tonight. Oh man, let's go. And I need you, and I miss you, and now I wonder if I don't really know. I don't know the words right there, so like I don't know what's I don't know the beats as well. All right, let's keep on going. All right, now email encryption. So S mime in PGP, pretty good privacy. Pretty good privacy. Sorry, tweaked out for a second. I didn't even remember that. I'm a cool guy. I'm Rico Suave. And now I wonder if I could fall right through the sky. You see, I won't pass me by. You know I walk 1,000 miles. I could just see you tonight. And I need you. And I miss you. All right, let's finish. Stop playing, brother. Finish what you got to do. Finish your day work, bro. All right, bet. Host-based firewalls and intrusion prevention system (IPS) are vital elements of endpoint hardening as they provide control. So host-based is on the computer. Um, they keep you from doing stuff on your laptop that you're not should be doing. They keep you locked in to parameters based on IP address protocols and services to block malicious traffic only and only allow traffic to use secure protocols. That's truly what they're used for. And so you should have an antivirus on your computer. Host-based firewalls and intrusion prevention systems are usually on your device, your local end device. Installing endpoint protection, create a deployment plan, obviously. Standardized configurations, yeah. Automate deployments, yes. Updates and patches, monitor and centralized management, yes. It's all things. These are not, this is nothing I care to keep reading. Industrial. Oh, wow. I was right. Don't doubt yourself, Christopher. I was right. Trust yourself, brother. You're sexy, smart, handsome. So this is referring to those systems that we were talking about earlier, like the warehouses and things like that. These things need to be separated on their own kind of network. They need to have their own networking that they're using, so they're not susceptible to be communicating across to other devices that shouldn't be having access to. Because they're susceptible to being hacked because nobody's actively using them or monitoring them most of the time. So they should have their own thing and they should be monitored specifically for their own things, right? Because they do have their own addressing usually. They all touch the internet nowadays. Um, what is it? Internet of Things, IoT. And they're a part of the Internet of Things now, so and you want to have some real time, you know, some way to track the real time, operating systems, security, such as secure coding practices, minimal design, where the system has only the feature it needs to perform. Right? You want to keep these locked. You want to keep these locked down, right? Because since they're real time and they're always operating in real time, if somebody was to inject something in them, then it would be going through your network in real time, right? So even if it was being logged, it's already too late, you know. So you don't want to give these things like this the ability to what would you say, have too much freedom. You don't want to have them have too much freedom. And now it's time for our break. I love you guys. I'll see you guys later. This is a lot of fluff that's left, and I'm really not gonna waste my time. So we're gonna get through. There are 50 sections left. Okay, 50 sections left of this four here. And you know what most of this is? Fluff. All right, love you guys. I'm gonna end the stream because it's gonna be a longer break than before, and I'm not gonna be playing the game. I'm gonna go hang with the wife. So love y'all. See y'all later, and we'll continue this study section about things that we actually want to look at and study about later when we get back to the crib. See y'all later. Peace. I'm not like leaving or going anywhere, but I'm gonna hang with my wife. So see y'all later. Peace.